Environment Committee audiocast test.
planetary boundaries. Now, we live in Canada, subnationally Ontario, where politicians have delegated land system change to a so-called local jurisdiction called Ottawa, a place with no legal opposition and no political party. Hi, it's Dave McNichol here with greetings from latitude 45 north, latitude 76 west. I'm out skating on a canal with my mate Janice. We live at the junction of three blue water rivers. It's a swell spot, but no matter where you live, it's the same planet with the same 9 planetary boundaries.
No.
Now, we live in Canada, subnationally Ontario, where politicians have delegated land system change to a so-called local jurisdiction called Ottawa, a place with no legal opposition and no political parties, where the elected employees have broken the real planet up into thousands of creations called zones that by law can't see reality, can't see any planet, can't see any planetary boundaries. Regarding the real 279,000 hectares of Ottawa, let's see. No comprehensive baseline data, no watershed, no airshed, no species, no knowledge of the food supply for the 1 million real people. No tracking of nitrogen or phosphorus loading or any of the planetary boundaries. Plus, Ontario will soon host a sub-national Pan-American dialogue on long-term climate action. So while keeping my language polite and respectful, there's a counterintuitive system problem at this latitude and longitude. There's no government, no common good, and our elected citizens leading the non-existent government can't see or sanction life. Still, it's a lovely afternoon to be out skating on a planet, and Janice and I do love this place. Wonder how it all works. Okay, skating on a planet. Hi, it's Dave McNichol here with greetings from latitude 45 north, latitude 76 west. I'm out skating on a canal with my mate Janice.
So I'm totally amazed that you...
Blue water rivers. It's a swell spot, but no matter where you live,
There's not a way of... You don't have any other outputs for the sound.
No, the only other way would be through the projector, but then it would be even lower than this, because the projector doesn't have the very best speaker.
And we never did ascertain where the speaker is then either, did we?
No.
Okay, skating on a planet. Hi, it's Dave McNichol here with greetings from latitude 45 north, latitude 76 west. I'm out skating on a canal with my mate Janice. We live at the junction of three blue water rivers. It's a swell spot, but no matter where you live, it's the same planet with the same 9 planetary boundaries. Now, we live in Canada, subnationally Ontario, where politicians have delegated land system change to a so-called local jurisdiction called Ottawa, a place with no legal opposition and no political parties, where the elected employees have broken the real planet up into thousands of creations called zones that by law can't see reality, can't see any planet, can't see any planetary boundaries. Regarding the real 279,000 hectares of Ottawa, let's see. No comprehensive baseline data, no watershed, no airshed, no species, no knowledge of the food supply for the 1 million real people.
So unfortunately,
no tracking of nitrogen or phosphorus loading or any of the planetary boundaries.
a lot less volume.
Plus, Ontario will soon host a sub-national Pan-American dialogue on long-term climate action. Language polite and respectful. There's a counterintuitive system problem at this latitude and longitude. There's no government, no common good, and our elected citizens leading the non-existent government can't see or sanction life. Still...
To the right, okay. Good morning. Bonjour. If everyone could please take their seats, we'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. We don't actually do roll call committee. That's why it's not in here. Notice these things now. All right. Good morning. Bienvenue et bonjour. It's a Tuesday morning after a long weekend. I hope everyone enjoyed their family day weekend. For anyone that may be in the wrong room thinking it's a Monday morning, I can't help you, but this is the Environment Committee. I'd like to welcome everyone to this first meeting of the Environment Committee of this term. C'est la première réunion de notre mandat du Comité de l'Environnement. Je vous souhaite bienvenue à tout le monde. I'm pleased and excited to be chairing this committee. I'd like to begin by saying that the existence of this Environment Committee is a recognition of the collective responsibility of all residents of Ottawa to protect and improve the health of our environment. At this committee, we're here to listen to our fellow members of council, to our staff here at the city, to our Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, and most importantly, to Ottawa's residents at large, both through organized groups and as individuals. Nous voulons apprendre la meilleure façon de communiquer avec vous pour obtenir vos observations et vos idées. Nous rechercherons des occasions tant formelles qu'informelles de communiquer avec vous plus souvent. We'll be looking not just within the formal meetings of Environment Committee, but more occasions outside of the committee to have interaction with members of the public. We need your help because we have lots of big pieces to move over this coming year and the coming term of council, starting today with the establishment of this year's operating and capital budget, followed by the terms of reference for this committee, and then moving on to the term of council priorities for this term later in this year. Ce comité a des responsabilités continues de même que de nouveaux défis et possibilités. Nos infrastructures vieillissantes doivent être renouvelées. Nous devons protéger et étendre notre couvert forestier urbain. Nous devons protéger la santé de nos bassins hydrographiques, de nos rivières et de nos ruisseaux. Nous devons aborder les problèmes du changement climatique et de la qualité de l'air que nous respirons. As a city, we need to maintain our forward momentum on infrastructure renewal, to be effective stewards of our environment, and to prudently manage tax and ratepayers' dollars by investing in a timely fashion in processes and infrastructure that will reduce downstream costs and even garner savings. The City of Ottawa has already made great strides in several areas. Through the Ottawa River Action Plan, Council has greatly improved the health of the Ottawa River, with more improvements planned for the future. As our Mayor and I have said, the construction of the Confederation Line Light Rail Transit project is one of the most significant parts of our city's efforts to address climate change, with the potential to reduce emissions on the scale of taking 7,300 cars off of our streets every day. This is great progress, but we can and will do more. Nous avons un rôle à jouer, non seulement dans nos propres activités, mais aussi en tant que chef de file de notre communauté, comme catalyseur pour inspirer la discussion et la collaboration. Les prochains jours promettent d'être animés, et j'ai hâte de travailler avec vous tous, alors que nous allons de l'avant. So, to business. We have a full agenda today, and as I am new in this role, and as we have many new faces around the table, I thought it would be wise to briefly lay out how we're going to proceed this morning. We'll start with a review of the agenda to confirm which items will be held for presentations and discussion. We do have a number of presentations, and we have a number of delegations who have registered to speak. We'll quickly determine in which order we'll discuss our held items, whether we make any modifications to what's already been given to you. Then we'll move through our held items, hearing from staff and our public delegations. If we have members of the public here who wish to speak on an item and who have not already registered, please speak with the clerk's office at the table near the door. Indicate that you would like to speak and on which item. We have simultaneous translation so that members of the public can present in the language of preference. Nous avons une traduction simultanée disponible, alors soyez à l'aise de présenter en français ou en anglais. Once we've finished our held items, we will hear any notices of motion and councillors' inquiries before adjourning. So, let us begin. First of all, do we have any declarations of interest? Hearing none, confirmation of minutes. Minutes 34 of September 16th, 2014. Carried, thank you. You and me. All right. On the consent agenda, I've been advised there is a technical amendment required to the terms of reference. All right. Do that later. Okay. Okay, we will hold that and deal with that at item 4 when we get to it. Okay. The first item, the Environment Committee meeting schedule. We have a speaker on that item, so it will be held, and I believe we have a brief presentation as well from staff. Item 2, our update on Plasco long-term waste conversion agreement. Similarly, we have a presentation and delegations to speak. Item 3, the draft operating and capital budget, tax and rate supported. Not surprisingly, we have some presentations on that as well as delegations. All right. Item 4, Environment Committee terms of reference. I believe we also have a couple of speakers on that, so it will be held. Item 5, the status update, Environment Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending 6th of February 2015. We have no delegations on that item received. Thank you. Item 6, appointment to the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee. Carried on that one. I would like to thank the members who stepped forward. Quite a number of people showed interest. Councillor Moffat and I and Egli, I believe, reviewed that group, and thank you for stepping forward, all of you who have been selected, and even those who were not selected from that group. Item 7, Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee Annual Report. We have no delegations on that item. Received. Thank you. And moving to some IPDs, information previously distributed. Item A, 2013 Drinking Water Quality Management System Annual Report. As noted. Thank you. Item B, Trans-Canada Energy East Application National Energy Board Update. All right. Now we get into my first procedural issue here. If you would like that item to be held, it needs to be lifted onto the agenda, which requires a get this right, 2/3 vote. So we would need a motion to put this on the agenda. Do we need a waiver of any sort to waive any rules? Okay, just a 2/3 vote. All right. Is that something we would deal with now? At the moment? Carried? Is that carried to put that onto the agenda? Okay, thank you. And that takes us through the consent agenda. So we will return to the first item held, which is the Environment Committee meeting schedule. First to Leslie Donnelly to give a presentation, then we'll go to delegations.
Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder, that a change in meeting schedule was part of the governance review approved by this Council on December 3rd. Specifically, what it tried to do is have a look at overall workload in terms of regular...
Ms. Donnelly, could I ask you to move a bit closer to the microphone? You will be you are the first, but you probably won't be the last that I'll advise. The acoustics in this room are not particularly great. Approaching your microphone, being friendly with it is important. Thanks.
So the notion was to align the meeting schedule in terms of number of meetings for the regular and standard workload of this committee, and that would free up Wednesdays and Thursdays in particular for special meetings of any committees for areas that require special focus. So this recommendation was actually referred by Council to the first meeting of each of the 3 committees where the meeting schedule was changed, and that we were specifically directed to prepare an overview of the committee's normal course of business as a presentation, which is why we're here. So we've actually moved all the way now to slide 5. There you go. First thing I just want to talk about is a little bit about the history of the Environment Committee. The Environmental Services Committee was a standalone committee at amalgamation, and 3 years of that, which averaged at about 6 meetings a year. Council at the time, there was a consensus that it didn't justify a standalone committee, but that it made sense to roll the mandate into the Planning and Environment Committee. The notion being that a lot of environmental sustainability initiatives and going forward are directly related to the plans for how and where we build. So after 2 terms of that, the workload for the Planning Committee was so heavy and that it was decided that environment was simply not getting the focus it deserved. So in 2010, the standalone Environment Committee was created, and it was created by both taking portions of the Environment Committee mandate out of Planning and Environment Committee and some specific areas out of what was then Transportation Committee, in particular the urban forest and the care for the urban forest. Okay, go ahead. If you actually deal with the committees, one of the things that, with respect to costs of meetings, and it's not really a rationale, but we get asked so often that I thought I'll just put a slide up here that explains for costs of meetings. So the cost of a council meeting in the Champlain room or a committee meeting is about $275. If it's in the chamber, it's just over $600. There is an indirect cost to meetings, which is related to staff time and travel away from their work. So part of looking at workload is also looking at the opportunity cost for staff to come here for a 25-minute meeting where 15 minutes of it is ceremonial. And because there is a cost there. Go ahead. So what we did is we reviewed the regular meetings and special meetings from 2011 to 2014. The proposed schedule aligns with the standard workload, and we do recognize that there are anomaly years, the 2 being the new term of council, election year, post-election year, which we are in now. This will mean 2 budgets this year. So we can virtually guarantee there will not be 8 meetings in 2015. There will be more meetings in 2015 because you're doing 2 budgets. The other one is the actual municipal election year where we actually reduce our meeting schedule. Go ahead. Actually, go back again. So I want to talk a little bit about aligning the work. This is one of those angels dancing on a head of a pin that I wonder where we're getting too much information. How a meeting schedule works for regular meetings is we will give staff a list of the meeting schedules for the year, and they will take their regular and routine reports and plug them into those meetings and say, I'm going to gear my water annual reports for this year, for this meeting. I'll gear my regular reporting on this for that meeting. And because several areas report up through, you want to align these in such a way that the workload for the committee is not too great on any one given day. A meeting like today, where there are lots of substantive items on the agenda, the typical complaint or caution we would get from members of council is when you have too much on the agenda, it can be difficult for us to facilitate our own decision making. So you want to try to align meetings so that they're not, you don't have lots of substantive items on a single day. And then it's important to remember that those items also go to council. So we're also very conscious about how you get things to a council meeting so that a council meeting agenda is not dealing with a significant number of items on any one given meeting, and then you'll have the next meeting very light. So it is thoughtfully done. If you align the workload for the regular work, it gives you the room for special meetings to occur on areas where you require singular focus. So go ahead. So if you look at what happened at Environment Committee last term, you will see that in 2011 there were 11 meetings. This is what we would expect in a post-election meeting because of 2 budgets. Also on this agenda was, you will see, the waste collection levels, which did not actually have a large number of public delegations, but which took committee 6 hours to deliberate and to go forward. That would be the kind of thing that would be the subject of a special meeting. 2012 and 2013, these meetings were aligned. There were 8 meetings and 7. 22 meeting hours, even with significant items on the agenda, including the waste plan and the CARP landfill, choosing our future. This is where we would see this committee's mandate in a typical year. It was repeated on 2013, and then 2014 is a very typical municipal election year meeting schedule, which means that it's fairly light. Go ahead. Now, in terms of the standard workload, you're going to see that in terms of information reports, Environment Committee, which has some heavily regulated areas, you're going to see that the majority of their information reports are quarterly or annual. And they have very few standalone information reports. And so understand that those 16, 10, 13 number of reports, what we would do is align those reports with a regular meeting schedule. Go ahead. In terms of action items, this committee has a significant number of standalone action items. And relatively few quarterly or annuals. Those tend to be the budget. So the budget and both rate and tax. Go ahead. And the interesting thing for us is if you look at the information items in terms of delegations, there are very few delegations for the standard information items for this committee. So the notion of having it spread over 8 committees actually provides committee with the ability to deal with the information items and look at them without being crowded in terms of the substantive action items. Go ahead. And where you get a more significant number is the standalone items. And if you look at 2011, so for example, total in the year, there were 39 delegations for 6 items. The reason I put the 29 or 5 is that there was one item in 2011, which was the Wabano tipping fees, where there were 10 delegations that did not actually speak because committee carried the item. For the rest of that, this was, again, the 2 budget years, there were seven delegations for 2 items. So what this committee had is the significant items of discussion where there were the most delegations were on agendas that would most likely be considered appropriate for a special meeting. Go ahead. So again, just a reminder of why we want to look at the 8-meeting schedule. It is actually scheduling for spillover days. Wednesdays and Thursdays are very difficult, are the optimal meetings to schedule because Mondays are board days. So if we schedule a special meeting on Mondays, members of council need to go to their boards. Fridays are not generally considered ideal meeting days. So this will free up Wednesdays and Thursdays for special meetings. And again, just a reminder, we can review this at midterm governance. That's it. Pleased to take questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Unless we have specific questions of clarification from the presentation, I'd like to go to delegations first, and then we can have questions and discussion after that. So seeing none, delegations. I have 2 delegations registered to speak in order received so far, Erwin Dreesen and Graham Saul. If anyone else had wanted to speak to this item, now is your opportunity to go to the table and do so. So if I might ask Mr. Dreesen, please to come forward, and as I believe you know, but I'll remind everyone, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman and members of committee, I don't think I have to convince many of you that the previous 4 years should not be taken as an example of what could or should happen in the next 4 years. We have met with almost all of you in the first half of this month, and we have proposed to you a fairly large agenda. And in fact, when we come to item 4, you'll see that some additional tasks are proposed. So I think you will need all the time that you can take to cover that agenda. And so I would recommend that you adopt a full schedule of meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An example of succinctness, maybe for all of us. Any of my colleagues have questions for the delegation? Thank you very much, Mr. Dreesen. I'll then call Graham Saul.
The Executive Director of Ecology Ottawa. I think this is an exciting time. I think this is an exciting committee. I think that it's an important committee. I think that the work of this committee is as important as any committee at City Hall. And I think that there's a lot to do. We have to rethink our waste diversion strategy and our entire approach to waste. We have to implement and elaborate the air quality and climate change management plan. We have to move beyond the combined sewer overflow tunnels and put in place a new water environment strategy for the other 4,500 kilometers of streams, creeks, and rivers in Ottawa that are not called the Ottawa River, which is a massive task in and of itself. And of course, we have an ambitious plan to combat the impact of the emerald ash borer. It seems to me that deciding that you're going to reduce the total number of times you're going to meet over the course of the year is sending exactly the wrong signal to people at a moment when this committee is poised to make important progress on a number of important issues. I see no reason why there would be a rationale for this committee meeting less regularly than other committees. I agree with Erwin that the last 4 years should not be interpreted as an indication of what we can and must accomplish over the next 4 years. While I appreciate the idea of buying Tim Hortons coffee for your swearing in, I don't think saving a little bit of money on meetings should be a rationale for reducing the number of opportunities for the public to come forward. I think that the room behind us and the degree to which it's packed and standing room only is an indication of the public's interest in this, and I think if the committee takes a more interactive approach to the public in the design and elaboration of its plans as it moves forward, it will find that the public is going to be very interested in coming and intervening. And I don't really understand the notion that, well, it's okay, we can always throw in more meetings, and we probably will. So why not just not reduce the total number of meetings rather than plan to add meetings over the course of the years? So, as I said, at the end of the day, I think this is an exciting committee. There's a lot of good things on the table. We're very much looking forward to working with everyone here, and I think you would be sending exactly the wrong signal to the general public by the very first thing you do is to reduce the number of times you will meet with the public to discuss progress on the issues that you're going to make. There's a lot to do, and we look forward to working with you to get it done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saul. Do any committee members have questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you. On this item, any councillors wish to speak, have questions? We have a motion, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, we have a motion. I also just wanted to make a comment. I do believe that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years decline in the number of decision items coming to committees, and that equates to less oversight by council on the operation of this corporation. However, I don't think the remedy is automatically sticking with the number of meetings we had last time. I think the remedy is to go to the 8 meetings and to have the chair exercise his discretion to call special meetings as they're required and not to be shy about doing that. So I'm going to move, whereas the 2014 to 18 Council Governance Review recommended that Environment Committee meet 8 times a year, retaining the ability to hold special meetings, and whereas the Environment Committee received presentations from staff and from public delegations, therefore be it resolved the Environment Committee approved meeting 8 times a year, retaining the ability to hold special meetings, and further be it resolved that this issue be reviewed during midterm governance review. So that gives us a year and a half to ensure that we actually are using the special meeting provisions where they're needed, and it would provide the review at that time.
Thank you. I guess we'll vote on that motion after we do a further discussion and questions. Yeah, please, Councillor McKenney.
Yes, I would like to speak to it. I just wonder if on the same rationale, we have a year and a half until midterm governance, and the Deputy City Clerk did indicate that we will likely have 10 this year anyway, why we wouldn't do that in reverse, why we wouldn't. I think that last term was a bit of an anomaly in the sense that it was the first time that you had a standalone Environment Committee, and while a lot of reports weren't in front of that committee, I think that going forward, there's no doubt there is an appetite for and a need for a lot of serious work on this committee. So I just wonder why we wouldn't do the reverse and stick with our 10, and if we don't use 10, then use midterm governance to make that decision in what is just a year and a half. So I won't support this motion as it is.
This was more of a rhetorical question as opposed to one specifically to staff. We've already heard the presentation. Okay, thank you. Are there any other members? Councillor Moffat?
I just want to speak to some comments that I heard about the previous term. I mean, obviously, I vice chaired the last committee. I think it's unfair to sit there and suggest that last term was some aberration of environmental injustice or something. I don't know what exactly was the point there. The reality is that when we met 11 times in 2011, it was unique. We were dealing with a new garbage contract. We were dealing with changes to how we collected garbage, and into 2012. We won't be looking at the garbage collection contracts this term. So there's some unique items that came to that committee. What's more of a comparison is the last 2 years, when we only met 6 and 7 times. We're not reducing the number of meetings. We're continuing on with the same amount of meetings that we had the last 4 years. Just having meetings, and I made this point because I opposed this item actually coming to this committee. I supported what we did at governance, and I supported the fact that we had this conversation before the governance report was drafted, and input from all councillors at that time, and I realized that half the people here weren't in that discussion. supported it being 8 meetings for a year, over the course of a year. We can still have all the conversations. Everyone can still come to those committees. Maybe we don't have 5-minute committee meetings. Maybe we actually have an hour, 2-hour committee meetings. No one is suggesting that the public cannot comment on items. All the items will still come to committee. It's just that we won't meet, well, we'll actually meet the same amount as we did last term. We just won't meet maybe as often as planning committee. Last term was the first time environment items were standalone items. And I can tell you that prior to 2010, they weren't on every agenda of planning committee. It wasn't that planning committee was so overrun with environment items that we needed to have a separate environment committee. The fact was they were being overshadowed by the planning committee items, so we wanted to put it alone and make its own committee to give it extra standing. And we've done that. But that doesn't mean that we need to just meet for the sake of meeting, because the agenda items aren't there. And if they are, the chair can, as Councillor Shirley already mentioned, the chair can call extra meetings. But the point is 8 meetings is quite substantial. And we can do what we need to do in those 8 meetings to fulfill the agenda of this committee. And I support the motion that Councillor Shirley put forward, as I did a couple months ago when the governance report was first tabled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to confirm if the committee rejects the motion before us, we would just and if there are no other motions put on the floor, we would just revert back to the status quo, which I believe was approximately 10 meetings per year? Is that this?
It's once a month.
Once a month, okay. So what I would suggest along the lines of what Councillor McKenney suggested is that we not support the motion, and I think it would be in order at that point for another motion to come on the floor. And what I would suggest we consider is retain the existing schedule, but at the mid-year review reflect on the necessity, on the frequency of meetings at that point. So because this is a new term of council, retain the frequency that we have been accustomed to previously, and then reflect in a year and a half on whether or not we need to reduce those meetings or keep them the same. So that would be my suggestion.
I believe procedurally we would need to vote first on that motion, and if it were rejected, you would put forward an alternative one. Okay, thank you. I know Councillor Shirley would like to wrap up. I have a couple of questions of clarification for Ms. Donnelly. Do we have any other speakers on this motion? Okay, thank you. A couple of questions then. As I hope I made clear in my opening remarks, and anyone who knows my track record, I would actually like to see City Council, the city as a whole, tackling more environmental problems and doing so more quickly and with more vigor. But that doesn't necessarily translate immediately into more meetings. It takes time for those, for the fact that simply I might like to do that is not relevant until such time as council agrees, if they do, and that actually translates into action programs, policy changes, etc., that might need decisions. So the question about extra meetings, how long does it take, should there be an item coming forward, how long would it take for that meeting to be formally called, should I ask for that at a specific time?
Well, 6 hours, Mr. Chair, but the notion of if you're going to have a single focus meeting, typically you would give it at least a week or two in advance to let people know. And then what happens with a single focus meeting is those meetings don't also include some of the routine matters. So, for example, today's meeting, you might be able to separate out the 2 budget meetings into a special meeting and have the meeting schedule, the terms of reference, the other standard items on this would be in a regular meeting, but the 2 budgets might be in a standalone meeting, and then it becomes a question of decision-making spread out over a couple of meetings instead of all going on to one meeting. So it's 6 hours, but most chairs will call a special meeting on a single focus item at least a week or 2 in advance.
Thank you. So technically 6 hours, but I think we can all agree that at minimum of a week in advance would be desirable and more in keeping with our usual procedure for public information and transparency. All right, thank you. Councillor Shirley, then, you wanted to wrap up on this motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, a quick message to Councillor Moffat. Don't feel bad about people dumping on the work of the previous council. Every council I've been on and every council I've seen, that's happened. And the council doing it seldom lives up to what the previous council did. But anyway, I think it's important that we do step up our oversight during this term of council in all committees, and I actually think that by populating meetings around issues when they occur or when they peak is probably the best way to serve the public. So with the 8 regularly scheduled meetings, that seems to make sense. I know that when I think last year I met 26 times with the senior executives at Algonquin College, and when their new staff came in, new president, new couple of new directors, they said, well, look, you're meeting on average every 3 weeks, let's meet every 3 weeks. But when you look at the schedule, you discover that 6 of those meetings happened in 1 month because there were important issues during that month, and it made more sense. Had we scheduled every 3 weeks, we'd have meetings with absolutely nothing to do. So I think this approach, if it's implemented properly, will work, and building in basically 18 months until we review it, I think makes some sense. So ask committee to support it.
All right. On Vice Chair Shirelli's motion, then? You want yeas and nays? All right. Yeas and nays?
Okay. Councillor Brockington?
Opposed?
Conseiller Cloutier?
Support.
Councillor Leeper?
Opposed?
Councillor McKenney?
Oppose.
Councillor Middick?
Support?
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Councillor Kakish?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Chair Chernyshenko?
Yes.
Item carries.
In seeing this motion passed, then, on the main item as amended? Carried. Thank you. I didn't actually have to look at my papers to remember which item was next. So, moving on to item 2, an update on Plasco long-term waste conversion agreement. I have a few opening comments on this. There's already been a great deal of discussion about this issue since the staff report before us was released last week, but I want to review some key points. Le Conseil et le personnel ont mis du temps et des efforts à travailler avec Plasco Energy Group afin d'offrir une solution de transformation des déchets en énergie pour Ottawa. Nous regrettons tous que cette entreprise locale n'ait pas de l'avant avec sa technologie en ce moment. Mais je crois que la ville a été extrêmement prudente dans l'action, prudente dans la façon dont elle a travaillé avec Plasco. The city's agreement with Plasco was built to allow us to end the relationship without financial risk to our taxpayers. Now it is important that we look forward. As a city, we've made a deliberate effort to focus on waste diversion to extend the life of our landfill, and that must always be our priority. Indeed, that is the hierarchy that's embedded in all of the city's policy documents. It is the most ecologically sound and financially intelligent approach. As a result of that emphasis, over these almost 10 years of this relationship with Plasco, we are in a very good position today to consider new options. It was pointed out to me recently by Councillor Moffat that the anticipated life of the Trail Road landfill is actually greater today than it was when we first entered into this agreement. We didn't magically create space, but the rate of diversion in the city has improved to the point where we can predict the closure of the landfill being even further away than we thought. But that's still only several decades away, and that is a deadline that we never want to see get closer. At current levels of waste diversion, our landfill has decades of space left in it, so that buys us time to properly consider our options on how we want to proceed. Staff have been proactive in seeking out new technologies for waste management, and this committee and council will consider carefully how best to proceed. Now, I understand that before we begin with this staff presentation, there is a technical amendment from staff to amend the report on this item. Mr. Weir, would you please explain that motion to us?
Chair, to introduce the motion we published in accordance with Terms Council's rules on procedure, we published the report on the update of Plasco. We published the update on Plasco long-term waste conversion agreement on the 10th, just as things were changing on a legal situation, and we provided information in the report in the financial implications section indicating that at that time of the publishing of the report that there was an outstanding balance of some $27,000 outstanding from Plasco to the city. Upon further review on Wednesday, we were able to clarify that in fact the situation was in reverse, and it was in fact the city that owed Plasco in the amount of just over $15,000. That was captured in a memo circulated to mayor and members of council on the 11th of February, correcting that report. And in order to make the report jive with the information that we had at that point, a motion has been prepared that corrects that statement that was made in the financial implication sections.
Thank you for that clarification. Questions on this? Councillor Moffat.
Just curious, what do we owe them money for?
Chair, through you to the councillor, there are some reconciliation of some of the tipping fee amounts that were found to be in error through regular review and oversight. So that's part of that amount. There are also some invoicing regarding some waste haulage charges that also need to be corrected. So that sort of explains, I can provide you with greater detail, but it's essentially the reversal of some of those details that we discovered on Wednesday that caused that to go the other way around.
Yeah, if you could provide council members with a full, I mean, because all you provided us with the memo that instead of them owing us $27,000 that we would never see, yes, we now owe them $15,000, which they will never use. So if you could provide us with a full explanation as to the change and stuff and what the money is actually for, that'd be good. Now, just on their lease, I assume they owe us nothing for land. We just kind of gave it to them.
Chair, through you to the council, that in fact was the latest, the most significant part of the reversal is the fact that that leases, when we checked on the Wednesday, they were in fact had been paid. Okay. So that was the most significant element.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Councillor Kadri, then, if we could, I'll reiterate that as a direction to staff to report to council when this meeting comes forward with those details. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just coming back to that question about the money that we owe Plasco, could that money not be paid out of the securities that we hold on their agreement? Instead of owing them direct money, could we not take that money and pay it out of the securities that we hold on Plasco?
Chair, the security that we have is for the dedicated purpose of the decommissioning of the demonstration facility, so it would not allow us to take that and use it for another purpose.
I think it would be helpful, though, if we could see that clarified as well when you report back before the next council meeting, so we can understand that a little better. If I might, in layperson's terms then, perhaps it's useful for us all to remember that over the course of Plasco putting up its initial plant, seeking environmental certificates, getting it up and running, that they were receiving on a number of occasions, were receiving city waste, and we were paying, the city was paying them a tipping fee for that. So essentially what we're looking at is final accounting as they wrap up their activities on site. That accounts for this $15,000. Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cloutier.
To Mr. Weir, we're holding $300,000, in the sûreté for the decommissioning of the Plasco plant?
That's correct.
Do we have any estimate of actually what it will cost? Will that cover it?
Actually, I think that's going to be part of what, at this point until the proceedings, the legal proceedings follow through, that's not determined. I think that will be part of the subject matter touched upon by the presentations to come.
Thank you.
Councillor Egley.
Just some clarification on that. I'm having trouble understanding why the cost of decommissioning the building is related to the legal proceedings. I mean, it's either going to cost X or Y to take down the building, or it's not. So how is that connected? Don't mean to jump on your question, Councillor Cloutier, but how are the two connected? It seems to me that they're separate issues.
Repeat that for me, sorry.
So the answer that you gave to Councillor Cloutier was you couldn't tell us how much it was going to cost to take down the building and remediate the land, if you will, because of the legal proceedings. And what I'm asking you is how are the two connected? There's either a cost attached to removing the building, and it's a fixed cost, or there's not. So I'm curious as to why the legal proceedings would impact on what should be an objective number to take down a building.
While they are conferring, I'd like to remind the committee and other councillors at this point we're venturing now into questions that would be more appropriately dealt with on the main item. So perhaps if we have an answer to this question now, that's great, but I'll remind you, let's try to vote on this, what was really just a technical amendment, and then move on to the main item.
I appreciate, Chair, just following up on the answer given to Councillor Cloutier.
Chair, through you to the councillor, the amount of materials and assets and infrastructure that will remain will be determined through the legal proceedings, and it's only at that point that we can make a evaluation of how much work remains. And I think that's going to be an issue that will be discussed as part of the legal presentation.
Well, all I can say is I guess I'll wait for the legal presentation, because I don't think that answers the question, Mr. Weir.
All right, do we have other questions, comments on this technical amendment? Seeing none, is that item carried, this amendment carried? Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the presentations. Dixon Weir, General Manager of Environmental Services, will be giving us a short presentation. Also, City Solicitor Rick O'Connor, Kerry Thompson, Legal Services. And Mr. Kirkpatrick, were you also presenting on this item, or no? Okay. All right. Thank you. So we'll move on to the staff presentation. When that concludes, we will hear from public delegations, if any. Once again, a reminder, if you had come to speak to this item and have not registered, now is your chance. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. And if I may, I'd like to introduce with me this morning is Marilyn Journeau, the Manager of Solid Waste Services, who will be assisting with the presentation. Just to go over the recommendations that are contained within your report, speak to receiving the Summary of Waste Technologies and Approaches memo dated December 18th,
We will also be speaking to our evaluation and analysis of the responses received in response to a request for information that was carried out through the month of January. The recommendation, or the report itself, does recommend the termination of the long-term waste conversion agreements with PLASCO, seeks the delegation of authority to the city manager to terminate the leases, and then for staff to report back on a procurement strategy for the management of residual residential waste. So if we can just go through to the timelines itself, just a matter of reminder that Council authorized staff back in September of 2005 to enter into a partnership with PLASCO to build a demonstration plant. They proceeded to construct the facility, and in fact by early January of 2008 the first load of residential waste was received for processing at the Trail Road demonstration facility. In July of that same year, a letter of intent was signed outlining some of the key contract terms, which eventually, following a council consideration in December 2011, ended up in an agreement that was signed in December 2012. Part of one of the key elements, in fact, of that agreement that was signed spoke to a financial agreements that are referenced as Article 4.1 of the Waste Conversion Agreement, and the relevant key aspects of that were that PLASCO were at that point to demonstrate to the city that they had secured the necessary financing to fund the entire construction of the commercial facility, and that they had received a first draw on such debt financing of at least $3 million, and finally that they had demonstrated a binding commitment to expend at least $5 million in orders to manufacture components required for the commercial facility. As those contracts were being signed, PLASCO had indicated that they would be seeking an extension to that timeline, which was in March, tail end of March of 2013. They did so in February of 2013, seeking an extension out to August, and then returned in August of 2013, and Council granted them an approval to extend out to December 31st, 2014. At that same council meeting, staff were directed to prepare a review of waste processing technologies, and that report is attached to this report for your information, and Ms. Journeau will be speaking to that today. And then, as was added by motion at that council, staff were directed that should PLASCO not come forward with the necessary confirmation of financing, that we would proceed with a request for expressions of interest, and that be brought forward to Environment Committee and City Council for information at the earliest opportunity following the close of the REIO process. That report also forms a major portion of this presentation and of the report itself. However, I would like to take you back away from the details of the PLASCO situation, and I think it's important that we establish ourselves in the context of the service provision that exists. Ottawa did go through its waste plan, and in November of 2011, Council approved certain waste diversion goals as a part of the Ottawa Waste Plan in its Phase 1 report. And that report included information regarding vision, guiding principles, goals, objectives, and targets, including the vision statement that's tabled here, that by 2042, Ottawa will have room in its municipal landfill because as a community, we will improve our rates of reducing, reusing, and recycling and managing our assets wisely. And of course, the Trail Road facility is the most significant asset that we speak of in terms of managing that wisely. It's important that in terms of accomplishing that vision, that will require ongoing improvements in waste diversion and our overall waste management plan. Key to that vision and objective is this waste hierarchy that has been approved by committee and council that sees in highest order, if you will, the emphasis around minimizing waste generation or to reduce the total amount of waste being handled. Of that waste that is received, that we would focus our efforts around reusing that to the extent possible,
and that which cannot be reused would then be recycled, and including within that recycling would be composting. And fourthly, we would then look to recover, possibly through energy from waste, and at the time through the Plasco plasma gasification facility, leaving the final residual, and only that would then be managed through our landfill. And through adoption and following this waste hierarchy provides us with the greatest ability to manage that asset wisely and to extend the life of that landfill, which as it exists today has a life expectancy out to 2043. Using those principles and looking at growth projected within the community, we were able to identify steps through this process in terms of where we would go in terms of managing and reaching some of those goals. As you can see here, the total amount of waste requiring management proceeds and increases over time, but the total amount of waste that actually ends up having to be disposed of through landfill ends up decreasing through many of the other efforts that exist in place. And you can see that this looks at all streams of garbage, including black, blue, and green, leaf and yard, and residual waste. So that, I think, sets an important context around what the city's goals are in terms of what the focus needs to be and what the focus has been in terms of providing these services to the residential sector. And I think at that point, that provides the base upon which we can begin to consider some of these other technologies and some of the results from the request for information. Marilyn?
Thank you. So in accordance with council direction, we hired a consulting firm to provide a brief summary of the current range of best practices and recent advances in waste management in the world. The memo shows the waste management field is in a period of rapid change and development, and a significant number of technologies were identified in the memo, and they are in the emerging or demonstration phase. So there's a lot of change happening right now in the waste management field. So the HDR memo gives a high-level review of a variety of different technologies, again in the new, emerging, and proven areas. So they range from energy from waste, gasification, plasma arc gasification, thermal and catalytic conversion, pyrolysis, waste to liquid fuels, hydrolysis, landfill, material recovery, anaerobic digestion, and mixed waste processing. Also, in accordance with council direction, staff issued a request for information on residual technologies. So this RFI was released on January 5th of 2015 and was out on the streets for a month. The purpose of the RFI was to supplement the information in the HDR memo with more detailed information provided by potential vendors of technologies. So over the 1-month period that the RFI was on the MERCs, we received 66 parties picked up the RFI, and 37 submissions were given into the city. So this slide summarizes the technologies that were the submissions that were presented. So 23 submissions were for post-residual waste, so that would be in the recovery of the pyramid that that Mr. Weir showed you. So EFW, gasification, plasma arc gasification, pyrolysis, waste to liquid fuels, and hydrolysis. And 14 other submissions were alternatives, so augmentation to existing systems like mixed waste recovery and landfill anaerobic digestion. So this slide basically shows that there is a wide range of capital costs and operating costs for these different systems. 4 vendors had illustrated proven and commercial operations of their systems, and another 5 vendors were in the process of commercializing their facilities. So either they were under construction or in the commissioning phase. So as I said earlier, waste management is in a rapid change right now. There's a lot of new and developing technologies. And there are also proven and long-term facilities in operation across the world. So the next steps. The RFI identified a wide range of potential technologies. We are currently undertaking a source-separated organics review, and the results of that review will be finished by the end of 2015. We will then develop a procurement strategy for going forward, and that will be brought to Council in 2016. In the meantime, we will, as always, continue to promote waste reduction, reuse, and recycling. And, that is the basis of our goal, is to reduce the amount of waste going to landfill and continue to use the blue, black, and green bins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weir. Ms. Journal, I believe we now have a legal presentation. Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse my voice. We'll just have this brought up on the screen in a minute.
While you fix your voice, I have a question.
Councillor Shriley had a question of a clarification from the previous presentation.
So the question is you divided the technologies presented into 2 groups. Can you tell us which ones of those would be viewed by the province as energy production or power production as opposed to incineration garbage disposal? Because Plasco is not incineration technically.
That's correct. In amongst the difficulty is that even there are some of those technologies that Marilyn spoke to that were what we would consider to be thermal processes, so pyrolysis and incineration, gasification, those sorts of technologies. But then it's interesting that in some of those mixed waste processing and things, they're also producing refuse-derived fuels. And so that's intended to go to a subsequent thermal process for reduction and is dependent upon that. So it's difficult, the first...
Okay, what I'm getting at is that the difference is a big determinant in whether you require an incineration license, which is a huge process. So which ones would require an incineration license?
Well, I think all of the process, not to be evasive, but all of these technologies will require very significant capital investment for any of them to be viable. Yes, the energy from waste, the gasification, plasma arc gasification, thermal and catalytic conversion, and pyrolysis in and of themselves will require thermal processes, variations on that heat processing, if you will. But the others, depending upon the details of the actual response, still depended on further thermal processing because they were simply producing a refuse-derived fuel that, in order to achieve the volume reduction, would necessitate processing in a cement kiln or something like that.
So they would all require a license, is that what you're...
Not necessarily for the facility, for that particular facility, but many of them would require permits at other facilities in order to be or would be subject to ministry regulations on exhausts and emissions at another facility.
Okay, so hopefully Mr. O'Connor will work that into his answer.
And we'll have plenty of opportunity to ask further questions of that sort to staff following the delegations, which will follow this presentation. So if we could move on to the legal presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have, of course, my Deputy City Solicitor, Carrie Thompson, who is the lead on the file, who will be doing the PowerPoint slides for me. Also in the audience, we have 2 legal counsel from Borden Ladner Gervais, Mr. Kassim Salim and Kathleen McDormand, who are our external experts on what is referred to as the CCAA. So last Tuesday, members of the committee will appreciate that Plasko sought and received court oversight with respect to the CCAA, which is federal insolvency legislation. This is a precursor, of course, to doing anything under the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, and you'll see it's referenced as being more flexible because under the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, that almost always ends up in winding up of the company. This was legislation originally introduced during the Great Depression, and it was only in 2010 that the Supreme Court of Canada actually issued its first decision on this, and I've given a couple of quotes out of the High Court's decision because I think it tends to provide additional context and encapsulates exactly what the rationale for this legislation was. You see at the bottom of this quote, it talks about the CCAA was innovative as it allowed the insolvent debtor to attempt a reorganization under judicial supervision, and that is what is at stake in this particular matter, whether it's refinancing and reorganizing of this particular company. Also, it talks about the fact that under this slide, that a workout, which is what the essence and rationale of the public policy issue is here under this legislation, is optimal in the eyes of the Supreme Court of Canada. With more of the details, there are 3 applicants in this case, all of which will be familiar to you. There is 1 creditor served at this point in time. However, a number of other creditors and parties are lining up, including the Ministry of the Environment, to be part of the service process, as is the City of Ottawa. The financial information that has been filed with the court is as you see it. There are a number of assets, but an overwhelming number of liabilities in this regards. And I think it's important to note that there are 3 shareholders own 80% of the common shares. When you read through the court documentation, they are in supportive of the process that is taking place with this court application. The initial order that has been issued as of last Tuesday was that they may file a plan of arrangement. This is what we are waiting for, the reorganization or the refinancing of these particular companies. We have not yet received it. Plasko remains in possession of his assets and is ostensibly to carry on business. In addition, the order also set out a number of officers under the legislation. Most important for the purposes of the city is Ernst & Young, who is the monitor. The monitor plays a key role both with Plasko and any of those receiving service or the creditors under this particular legislation. Mr. Chair, the initial order was for 30 days, as is the normal course under this legislation, and you will see that we put in brackets, this day of proceedings will continue unless with the consent of the monitor and Plasko or with leave of the court, and I would emphasize with leave of the court. We cannot terminate any agreements unilaterally at this point in time, as the legislation results in the court supervision of this particular company, so therefore, should we do anything, should committee and council do anything, we will likely be in front of the courts. And as you can see, it also permits Plasko the continued use of the demonstration site. However, in their court filings, they've indicated that they are suspending operations, and you would have heard this in the news last week with a number of employees losing their jobs as a result of that. The order also sets out 3 reserve funds, one for administrative purposes and one for employee retention payments. And most importantly for us, and the general manager's reference earlier was with regards to the contingency reserve for decommissioning at $950,000. Mr. Chair, I'm just going to read through some of the applications portion with regards to this contingency reserve to give the committee a better understanding of what the intent of it is. Starts off, the Plasko Group has contingent decommissioning and environmental remediation obligations in respect of the demonstration facility as a result of a number of agreements with the city. Under the demonstration site lease, Plasko is contractually obligated to, among other things, restore the leased land to a condition which is the same as or better than the condition that was leased prior to April 13, 2006, to remove any contaminants to the land or adjoining land, and to deconstruct and remove the demonstration facility and any other fixed structures on the leased land. All of the remediation activities must be completed within an 18-month decommissioning period commenced upon the termination of the demonstration lease. the obligation of Plasco under the demonstration site lease and the remediation agreement are guaranteed by Plasco. As required pursuant to that lease, Plasco has posted a letter of credit for the benefit of the city in the amount of $300,000 as security for its potential environmental decommissioning liabilities. The applicants, and here was Mr. Weir's reference, the applicants plan to engage in discussions with the city to review and discuss matters related to the demonstration site lease and the remediation agreement in light of the commencement of the CCAA proceedings and the applicant's current circumstances. So that's sort of the premature aspect that Mr. Weir was referencing. Plasco has also posted a letter of credit for the benefit of the Ontario Ministry of the Environment in the amount of approximately $450,000 as security for costs of analysis, transportation, monitoring, and disposal of waste at the demonstration facility site as required in connection with the Ministry's approval of the construction and operation of the demonstration facility. The Plasco Group has undertaken a preliminary analysis of the potential costs of decommissioning and environmental remediation activities in respect of the demonstration facility in order to fully comply with the contractual terms of the demonstration site lease and remediation agreement. The applicants will continue to seek and advance strategic alternatives in respect of the demonstration facility and to further discuss related matters with the city. The applicants do not have the cash reserves necessary to fulfill all of the contractual obligations under the demonstration site lease and the remediation agreement. Therefore, as part of the initial order, the applicants are seeking the court's authorization to establish a reserve in respect of such potential decommissioning, remediation, and other environmental operation or safety activities known as the contingency reserve. And as you can see, it's in the neighborhood of $950,000. This section concludes, it is proposed that amounts in the contingency reserve would be expended by the applicants from time to time and as necessary to undertake decommissioning or remediation activities or other environmental, operational, or safety activities that may arise as part of the applicant's business and current circumstances. The applicants believe that the contingency reserve is reasonable and prudent in the circumstances given the current uncertainty as to the value of the Plasco Group and the prospects of a going concern sale of the business. In the event that such contingent obligations or activities do not materialize or are assumed or satisfied by third parties, the remaining amount of the contingency reserve will be released back to the applicants. The applicants believe that the contingency reserve is necessary and appropriate in the circumstances to ensure that required funds are available to enable the applicants, if necessary, to conclude the activities of the company in a safe and reasonable manner. Next slide. So therefore, for the purposes of the committee, and should council do anything next week, the next court date on this matter is scheduled in Toronto on March 3rd. At that point in time, the court, which has specialized expertise in commercial matters, will entertain any initial order motions to vary at that point in time. If there are no changes or there is no extension, then this order and the stay will expire on March 11th. That being said, Mr. Chair, what I anticipate if this committee and council approve the report as it currently stands before you, legal services through BLG would be going to Toronto on March 3rd to provide council's direction to the court on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. If that concludes the staff presentations, then. Again, only if it's an item of specific clarification from that report to councillors. Otherwise, we'll move to delegations. Councillor Shirley, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's been at once a great deal of change around the Plasco issue, and at the same time, almost the same old on the Plasco issue. So my question is, currently, who are the principal shareholders of Plasco? And did that change in the past 2 years? And do those principal shareholders, I'm following the pattern of one of my colleagues here and asking 3 questions in a row, and do those principal shareholders also own other waste disposal technologies?
Mr. Chair, the three major shareholders are not identified in the court documents at this point in time, so I have no answer.
Can we ask you to find out who they are?
We can certainly endeavor to do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, thank you.
If you could take that as direction then, thank you. Councillor Eglai and Moffat and Cloutier, again reminding please just clarifications, really technical clarifications here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Mr. O'Connor because we're getting somewhat more clarity on the issue of the remediation. But just a couple of follow-up questions so I understand. We actually have $300,000 in securities that are ours, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
The $950,000 that you spoke of, is that secured anywhere? Is the city certain of getting that money?
I am not aware that it is secured at this point in time, except that it would be under the court order.
So it's a notional reserve at this point in time, in the sense that the money is not there necessarily for the city's use.
Chair, my understanding is that the money is there. As Mr. O'Connor said, it is under the supervision of the court. And so in that regard, all parties, whether they be creditors or whether they be the Plasko parent and the two subsidiaries, frankly have a vested interest in complying with the court order. So the bottom line is that my understanding is that money is there under the supervision of the court.
Can a creditor get priority over the city for those funds? In other words, would a creditor have first dibs on that money over our need for remediation of the site? Can that kind of a claim be made?
Our understanding is that no, that money is in priority to any of the creditors because it's been established by the court monitor.
Okay, thank you. And I guess this question is probably for Mr. Weir. When we entered into the agreement in the first place and we arrived at this clause that the land would be given back to us as we gave it to them, what was the number affixed to remediation at that point in time? Was it 950 or was it 950 plus 300,000, or what number was affixed to it?
Chair, through you to the councillors, 300,000 was the amount set aside in the lease agreement for decommissioning security.
So can someone explain to me where the 950 fits in then? If 300 is the number, where do we get the 950 contingency reserve for decommissioning?
Chair, as Mr. O'Connor said, we're just dealing with the initial court order at the moment. We don't have all of the information that went into that particular calculation. Obviously, as things progress, we will hopefully have more knowledge in that regard.
I guess where I'm going with this, Mr. Weir, is we've been told all along as a council that Plasko isn't costing us any money. We've just given them the land. We're going to get the land back. That's it. It doesn't cost us any money. Yet this morning you seem to be saying to us that you're not sure how much it's going to cost to remediate the land, which raises for me a concern that if it costs more than $300,000 to remediate the land, is the city going to be on the hook for those dollars, in which case Plasko is in fact costs the city money?
Chair, if I may, the city didn't give Plasko the land. The city rented Plasko the land for $10,000 a year. With regards to the decommissioning, at the time that the lease was negotiated, the $300,000 was an amount that was identified, and it was an estimate, a provision at that time. Of course, what we're looking at is in the scenario that unfortunately looks like it's going to occur, where Plasko is not successful and they're going to cease operations of the demonstration facility. The assets that are on the site that are either owned by Plasko or pledged as security to other companies that have provided debt financing, they have first right to those assets. The lease requires those assets to be removed, and it would certainly be in the parties who have an interest in those assets to their benefit to remove them for the salvage value. So what the scenario that we were looking at was assuming that the assets are removed for their salvage value, what might be a provision that's required in order to remedy the site. In particular, we are focused on the underground structures. foundations and such, which the lease actually allows the city to have the option to tell them to remove them or not. And it was in that context that the $300,000 was established. My understanding of the $950,000 is that's Plasco's estimate that they provided to the court as to the net cost of demobilizing and remediating, or sorry, I won't say remediating the site, but demobilizing the site. The other issue that's connected is environmental remediation. And when we negotiated the last lease for the demonstration facility with Plasco, we put in more stringent requirements in terms of Plasco accomplishing site analysis surveys. And I think it was in the report that you'll see that just recently, I think last year, they completed those. There was remediation identified. We actually took security from Plasco to make sure that soil remediation took place. They've actually did that soil remediation, and any significant or any issues that we're aware of at this time have now been mediated or remediated, and that money was returned to Plasco. So that's the context for the $300,000 and the $950,000, Chair.
And so, final question. So are you, since I've got all the players at the table here, are you still comfortable with the assertion that at the end of the day, to bring that site back to where it was, it's not going to cost the taxpayer any money?
I'd say I am comfortable, but it's not a guarantee. As the report says, it actually won't be known, and I think what has to happen is we need to see, and I'm actually meeting with the KPMG appointee that was mentioned in the slide deck tomorrow. What remains to be seen is what will those parties that have rights in the infrastructure that's sitting there, the facilities, the conveyor belts, all of that, those assets are there. What are they going to do when, in terms of accessing their rights to those assets and removing them for their salvage value? The lease allows them 18 months for the process, and but I think we will know shortly what we can expect in that regard, and we will report to Council. And if I have more information on this after my meeting with the KBMG appointee tomorrow, I'll provide that prior to Council meeting next week.
I was going to say, I think that would be helpful for all members of Council if we had that before the final vote. Thank you.
Councillor Moffat, again, a reminder, we're just taking questions on specifics of this report and the presentation we've just seen so that we can move on. We have 5 delegations who'd like to speak and a number of other councillors who are already on a speaker's list to more generally debate the report. Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, I think most of the stuff was addressed, but the 18 months lapse is what then? Because it's already a bit of an eyesore. The folks at Trail Road have to stare at it every day. But just quickly, if the 18 months lapses, they haven't cleaned the property up, what next?
That's when the decommissioning security would come in to play at that point in time. But under the financing of what I would call the above-ground components for the facility, the lender did have to sign an acknowledgement with the city, and that if it didn't act within the decommissioning period, then that loan institution, in this case North Shore, would be deemed to have abandoned the equipment that was there, which would then permit the city, if it was in the city's best interest and if it was cost effective, to attempt to realize on that security either by selling it to another party or by way of auction. And the city would be, if that happened then, and if that deemed disposition in favor of the city had happened, have resort to that money as well.
Right. Thanks.
Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair. Quickly, part of the slide said that they're carrying on business. They're simply effectively carrying on business at wrapping up operations. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chair, that is what the court document said.
Okay. What is the effective result of the court's order in terms of the December 31st, where we effectively, by prior agreement, terminated the agreement? It said that we cannot terminate the agreement. Has the agreement not effectively been terminated by their not fulfilling their obligations as at December 31st?
No, Mr. Chair. That would have taken place in the normal course at this committee and council next week, and we would have sent them notice under the contracts. Now you have a judicial structure sort of overlaying all of that. So as I said in the presentation that we alluded to in the report, because we didn't have the initial order, is that we would be looking to get the directions, should committee and council tell us to do so, to appear on March 3rd and make that very position to say, with leave of the court, we would like to be out of these agreements.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, I'd like to at this point move to the public delegations. Thank you for the presentations and those questions of clarification. Currently we have 5 delegations registered to speak. In order of signing up then, I'd like to call first on Ms. Lindy Spruill, who will be followed by Mr. Duncan Bury. And to give you time to settle in, I will do the reminder. You will have 5 minutes, after which, should councillors have questions specifically to you based on your comments, they will be able to do so, and that your presentation please address as directly as possible this report that's in front of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, my name is Lindy Spruill, and I live in Old Ottawa South. First, let me congratulate the new chair and members of the Environment Committee on your inaugural meeting. And I also want to commend the city staff for the report and express my support for recommendations 1 to 4. I'm here to offer additional perspective regarding recommendation 5, particularly in terms of what can be maximally achieved through the most desirable levels of the waste management hierarchy, already spoken about this morning, before investing any more in what we all recognize as the last and most expensive resort before dumping into landfill. If you'll permit me, Chair, I will stay on point, but I do want to say that 3 years ago, my neighbors and I, all of us dog owners, asked the city to help us figure out a way to keep dog waste out of park garbage bins. And I'm happy to say, with the work and cooperation of our ward councillor, David Chernyshenko, and staff across several city departments, we have shown that dog owners, when presented with a realistic and convenient alternative, will comply with the bylaw that prohibits the use of park bins for dog waste. As for the next part of the equation, keeping dog waste out of landfill, we found out that wasn't so easy to arrange. Tens of thousands of tons of dog poop still fill up our landfill operations. So 2 things make this relevant to recommendation number 5. Number 1, as the city continues to search for a feasible approach to residual waste management, what can be done now to arrive at the absolute minimum of residue through such diversion activities as reusing, recycling, and composting? We already know these are how the biggest economies and biggest environmental payoffs will be found now and in years to come. So notwithstanding the significant success of our existing programs, it's safe to say there's lots of room for more aggressive targets for waste diversion, and those that currently appear in the city's waste plan, and we saw some of those today. I bet a new audit of residual waste going to landfill would show that quite possibly as much as half of it is actually divertible. So assume we commit to much greater diversion. What's the best way to ensure everyone is doing everything possible to reuse, recycle, and compost? Well, one sure way is to make it easy to do. Our dog waste demo project showed that people will make the right choice when it is properly presented to them. And by the way, this is consistent with all sorts of sound research into human behavior. So with that in mind, I encourage you to fully put to use the most powerful asset in Ottawa's waste management plan, and we haven't talked about it yet today. The most powerful asset in Ottawa's waste management arsenal is us, we, the people at large. You might say we're an overlooked but very economical resource. 2, back to pet waste, which along with diapers and other types of bio-waste now clog our landfill site. Other jurisdictions compost it, and why not ours? I think this and other puzzling aspects of our current approach to waste management, including the Plasko experiment, point to a 10-year trail of lost or overlooked opportunities. We now have a chance to make the lessons of the past count and to re-envision waste management in Ottawa in the very best economical and truly sustainable terms ever. So I think today's meeting is a great start to that. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you the very best in your very important work.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sproul, for your presentation. Do we have any questions from Environment Committee? Thank you very much. If I might call next then on Mr. Duncan Bury, who will be followed by Meg Sears.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Apologies for my voice. It's the season, I'm afraid. In the past number of years, I've spoken to this committee on 3 occasions, once to support the Green Bin Program and bi-weekly garbage collection, and twice to express concerns about Plasko's contracts with the City of Ottawa. I'm here today to support the staff recommendations and to encourage staff to not only report back to committee and council on the procurement strategy as set out in recommendation 5, but also to undertake a proper waste management plan that will identify what programs and infrastructure investments need to be implemented, at what cost, and with what environmental impacts and benefits. So I would urge that the motion number 5 explicitly address the needs not just for a procurement strategy, but for a waste management strategy. It is unfortunate that it has taken so long to get to this point. The Plasko saga has played out over almost a decade, as we've heard, a decade of not insignificant staff effort and time, legal costs, and waste continuing to go to landfill. The end, which was entirely predictable in my view, has finally come, and it's time to turn a new page. The problem the city now confronts, however, is that there is no plan B. The city's solid waste plan was in fact premised on the success of Plasto's technology to manage the residual waste stream. Despite its laudable waste reduction goals and support for diversion, and despite the recognition that we have landfill capacity and time, the waste plan as it's currently written did not address disposal options. The collapse of Plasko completely undermines the plan's foundations and key assumptions. I should emphasize that the current, now critically weakened plan doesn't contain any detail of current waste composition data. It doesn't contain any analysis of residuals management options or of relative costs, benefits, or environmental impacts of various technologies. There is no review of municipal waste management best practices. Most of the work that you would expect a major infrastructure decision to be based upon does not seem to have been done. The recently completed HCR Consultants Report, which is referenced in Recommendation 1, is an important step in moving ahead. There are possibly some questions about the range of costs cited in some of the technologies, but in general, the report provides useful high-level information. It's perhaps too bad that such a report wasn't done at the very beginning of this process back in 2005, 2008. The residual waste management technologies request for information cited in Recommendation 2 confirms that there are many ways to manage residuals. That said, the staff report appears to concentrate on the incineration technologies and hydrolysis. There is less mention in the report of proven material recovery and mixed waste processing technologies, which come with a promise of considerably lower capital costs and operating costs than many of the other alternatives. Remember that incineration generally is probably the most expensive thing you can do with waste. Staff appear to have rated these technologies in the lower echelons of options because they claim they didn't necessarily achieve the targeted 50% reduction in landfill disposal in and of themselves. I would argue this remains to be seen. All of the technologies and diversion program options need to be evaluated and assessed against one another and in combination with one another. For example, a proper evaluation might find that enhanced material recovery after source separation by the blue box, the black box, and the green bin, plus a modest amount of landfill disposal, might be attractive from a cost and environmental point of view. Now, I should note that I was in a conference in Toronto 2 weeks ago where senior City of Toronto staff noted that up to 65% of their residuals after their diversion programs they have analyzed and determined that they can be recovered and recycled or composted. If we did that kind of thing, those diversion numbers would increase significantly. The challenge is not one of picking up the next best silver bullet. It is the challenge of meeting waste reduction objectives by reviewing program and technology options in an integrated way with due regard to cost and environmental benefits. This is why talking about a procurement strategy, as recommendation does, with no reference to a comprehensive waste plan, makes little sense. The city needs to pick up what has been done to date on waste plan, integrate it with the results of the HDC report and the request for information. It needs to move ahead and do the necessary background research and options evaluation that the Environment Committee should demand to see before being asked to make a significant taxpayer investment for the next decades. In conclusion, I recommend that you approve the staff recommendations 1 to 4, and that recommendation 5, after amending it, to read that a comprehensive waste plan should be completed before a procurement strategy, which I presume, of course, will follow the fairness requirements of the city's purchasing bylaw. And finally, as a final point of emphasis, please make sure that whatever approach and technology is ultimately adopted to manage residual waste, that technology is proven and reliable and not a bench scale or pilot system that looks good on paper. Thank you very much.
2 seconds to spare. Well done. Thank you very much. Do we have questions specifically for the delegation? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Burry, why can't we have a waste hierarchy? And one piece of that, the Plasco initiative, has been taken off the table. Why can we not just put another piece into that?
Well, I think we need to evaluate what the options are, and the staff is clearly on the track to do that with some of the information they got from the request for information. But I think that the benefits and the costs and the alternatives and evaluating these, that's the hard work which needs to be done. There's no just picking a technology because it appears on the basis of a submission to be an answer is not the way to go. I think you need to step back, take a look at what's in the waste in the first place, identify where the opportunities are to enhance recovery and diversion, do the proper cost-benefit analysis. Let's see what one costs versus the other over the long term, put that all together. It can be done. I think the basis for that is there, and then move ahead to make an intelligent decision for the long term.
Can that be done? I think your assertion is that cannot be done in isolation from taking a look at all the streams, though. I think you have reason to believe that we're not, to Ms. Spruill's point, optimal in terms of the overall mix of, how much are we devoting to each one of those waste hierarchy items.
I've heard the mayor and others note, I think Councillor Chanichenko, that we need to enhance the diversion from apartments and high-density buildings, for example, on the green bin. I mean, that's the kind of thing that needs to be done, and that's part of the bigger exercise that needs to be looked at.
If we were to modify recommendation 5 to make reference to a broader waste management strategy, if I understand properly, updated current waste composition data, analysis of residuals management options, and a review of municipal waste management best practices would be in there across each of the different streams that we have.
Yes. Okay. And make that an explicit part of recommendation 5.
Anything else that would need to be made reference to?
No, that's the most important thing, the waste plan exercise, and then leading to a procurement strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Burry? Seeing none, thank you very much. Meg Sears, please. We'll be followed by Brian Tansey.
Should I go ahead? Well, congratulations to all of you on your election and for being on what I think should be the most important committee in the City of Ottawa. So I thank you for this opportunity today, and I would just like to offer some of my thoughts on where to go now that Plasco seems to have fallen off the rails. And so my broad principal plea to you today is to base your decisions on rational science and data. Indeed, we need really good scientific approaches, not just for waste management, but for the natural environment, for trees, for wildlife, for petrochemical transportation. And just to introduce myself, I'm a scientist, so I come here with a particular bias for science. I'm trained in chemical engineering, I have a PhD in that, and now I'm an environmental health researcher associated with research institutes here in Ottawa. So first of all, I'll don my chemical engineering hat, and I might be able to help Councillor Leeper out a little bit, because training in chemical engineering, when I first heard about the promises of Plasco, I said right off the bat, this will never fly, it cannot work, because we have laws of thermodynamics that are not repealable, that are not negotiable, and the process was proposing to defy these laws of thermodynamics. The Ontario Ministry of Environment required monthly reports from engineers to be posted online, and so I've followed those over the years, and there has been reports of the pollution, the reports of the, instead of gasifying this, all the garbage just kind of coalesces into a toxic lump that has to be sent for toxic waste disposal. And so it's been in the cards for quite a while that Plasco is polluting, Plasco has not been working, and our city's good name has been used to promote this this process around the world. And so now maybe the city's on hook for some money or not, I'm not quite sure, but we have citizens out of work, debts are unpaid, and we have a giant toxic white elephant sitting on city land. So alchemy does not work. Plasco was promising alchemy, and this doesn't work, right along with thermodynamics. There's another law about that. So your task is not to search for a Plasco substitute, because the tooth fairy is not going to bring it to you. So I'm going to just switch from the engineering hat to the environmental health hat. In these online reports, they report on toxic emissions. And so, yes, that site is perhaps somewhat remediated, but I would expect that you're going to find that it is going to need more remediation of toxic waste, and that is going to be expensive. Just a heads up on that one. So just to kind of cut to the chase in terms of the staff recommendations, the summary of waste technologies and approaches, I would just say that, yes, this is a broad-ranging summary, but a lot of the approaches are perhaps applicable, perhaps not applicable, depending upon what you're actually going to be putting into them. And when I signed up to look at the RFI, and was quite astounded actually that there was addenda after addenda issued by staff who are unable to answer the questions put forward by the people who would like to respond to this request for information, because the staff could not say how much garbage are we going to have to deal with down the road, and what is going to be in that garbage that we're going to be dealing with down the road. So, you know, that takes you straight back to what Mr. Burry was saying, is that we don't really know what we're dealing with, and so how are we going to rationally decide how to deal with it? Certainly, I would say yes, we want to get out of this situation as cleanly as we possibly can, and I wish the lawyers the best of luck with that. And then I would agree with other presenters that a procurement strategy is premature. We have to do the groundwork. And
your time is up, Ms. Sears, if you want to make a concluding statement, and I believe you do have a written submission as well that you can leave with us also.
Yeah, this I will have to email it to you because I've scratched on it. I would encourage you to do everything else and put any kind of burning option aside for the time being, because it's going to divert from the important work that you should be doing. And once you have done all the diversion of garbage and recycling and so on, you're going to end up with a stream that's not very burnable. So, good luck with that.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, Brian Tansey, please, who will be followed by Graham Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before I start, there was something that another presenter said a minute ago that really struck me as interesting. The Citizen had an article 3 days ago about a guy named Francis Winnet who organized his own building to get the green bin system going. So, one on what Lindy Sproul said, yeah, there's a lot of power in the citizenry. So, I know that you're also working on that. Now, my presentation is about simply waste reduction. This won't take 5 minutes. You all are familiar with, everybody in this room I'm sure is familiar with the 3 R's. And then, of course, there are 4 R's. Really, it's reduction, reuse, recycle, and dispose of it properly. But most people are not aware that, in fact, there's a whole other level. It begins with an R, fortunately. It's called rethink. Before you reduce. So this is about the RFI document and the waste hierarchy, which is on page 2 or 3 of the document that HDR produced. So there's that waste hierarchy, and the top one is reduction. Reduction of waste is first in a logical order after rethink. But there are obstacles to progress on reducing waste. And the key one, I think, is something that most of us feel unempowered to do anything about. And it's a reference to the global chain of production. We all know that retailers sell you something, they have very little control over how it gets to them. So recognizing that huge concept is really global. So we almost talk like UN rather than the feds or the provinces. But I think there's a lot more that this city can do, and this city has in the past taken the lead on some issues, kind of really stepped out in front, particularly in mind of what Councillor Munter and the medical officer of health, Rob Cushman, did, whatever it was, 12 years ago when they started introducing all the anti-smoking stuff. It was done. We did it, and we're doing it more and more. It is possible for a municipality to lead the way. This first level in the officially recognized hierarchy, i.e. reduction, is the most socio-economically complex. There's a problem of jurisdictions, municipal, provincial, and national. But the scope of the problem, as I said before, is global. And my own sense of it is that public education, which you often see kind of mentioned in documents from everybody, has a very limited, much more limited capacity than we think. You have to be more proactive, Francis Winnet style if you want, but I mean there's a way for us to encourage our citizens to be more proactive. So, where to start? Because what I'm basically saying is that public education, since it's not as powerful as most people would like to think, it's become an obstacle because we get distracted by just writing it down in our documents, but not actually doing a good job on that. So where to start? What can one municipality in Ontario do? First point is I'm saying don't just give a professorial wave to reduction in the new long-term solid waste management plan. Assign a city staffer at least partial responsibility for a proactive approach to the reduction aspect of the waste strategy. Make the right and more assertive linkages with others, such as within the AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and of course the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry, the feds, make a better linkage, who all have the same problem. Every city's got the same problem as we do. Some are doing it better than we are. Halifax for many years. Toronto, same thing, many years. Our own Toronto here has got, they've been, with organics, everything goes in the green bin. Even doggy doo and seniors and juniors diapers. We didn't do that. We're the same supplier, Hooker World. We didn't buy that package. Crazy. So we all have the same problem. So we need a much more proactive initiative on the city's part, not just passive public education, to encourage reduction in many areas of present consumption, outlawing or insisting on added changes in the same way that the extended producer responsibility approach has been constructed for, say, throwaway plastic bags, bottled water. That could be a start. Munter and Cushman did something, broke ground, new ground. You guys can do it too. So Ottawa has a chance for a fresh start. Thank goodness Plasco failed, although it's the wrong reason for us to be given a chance for a fresh start. We have a chance for a fresh start, so let's do it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanzi. Do we have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Kakish.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Tanzi. And I know your group in Old Ottawa South a couple of years ago was working on or considering an innovative project for dog waste and working with city staff. Has there been any progress on that or piloting something?
This is what Lindy Spruill spoke about. She was the first speaker. We had progress. I would say it's totally unofficial. Totally unofficial. In fact, it was almost disapproved and taken off the table, but somehow or other we managed to conduct a trial in Windsor Park, and the trial's been successful. What has it proven? Only that, yes, people will behave properly if you ask them to and put the right signage up and give them the opportunity. But it's still going to landfill. So it looks pretty funny to see the truck come along in the park, the separate baskets for doggy doo-doo, right beside the trash baskets, both well-signed, beautiful baskets, both get dumped in the back of the same truck and off it goes to landfill. It's kind of goofy. Now, I'd be the first one to admit that the managing doggy doo-doo and the other two types, the diapers, is probably a little more complicated, but we know it can be done. Our own supplier, Order World, is already doing it in Toronto. So, yeah, we got progress unofficially. It wasn't recognized by the city, but they did get involved with us and really helped us.
Thank you. And I think that is that the dog waste is a big problem across the city and parks, whether it's in the urban core or in the suburbs as well. So I'm not sure if Mr. Weir can provide some comment about some innovative things we can do in parks to deal with dog waste that we see, especially in the spring and summer months.
Chair, through you to the councillor, yes, dog waste is a difficult element to process, and we need to consider that in terms of our overall management of solid waste, because that is a service and a tonnage that is organic, and we need to find a more suitable solution.
Are there any specific pilot projects ongoing right now, or can we look at some pilot projects in terms of what other municipalities are doing that we can implement here?
We can certainly look.
Thank you, Chair.
If we have no other questions for the delegation, then we'll move to our final delegation, Mr. Graham Saul, unless anyone still wants to speak specifically to this item. If so, please move now and sign up.
Thank you. Just a few quick things. One is that it's my understanding, and I'll confirm this, and if I'm wrong, I'll get back to you, that both the European Union Waste Directive and the Environmental Protection Agency of the United States classify plasma gasification as incineration, staged incineration. And so I think there is a fair argument to be made that this is essentially a form of incineration. I very much agree with you, Mr. Chair, and 2 points you made right at the beginning of your intervention. One is that waste diversion must always be our priority. And the second one is that this decision buys us time to properly consider our options on how we want to proceed. And so we would argue that one of the central questions you're facing right now when you look at your overall strategy in terms of waste is, do you have a waste diversion strategy with an incinerator option in it, or do you have an incineration plan with a waste diversion strategy built around it? And I think there's an argument to be made that the case is the latter. And if what you really want to do is look at your real waste diversion options, it means you're going to have to step back and start looking at the broad range of ways that you can approach the waste issue, rather than just seek to plop another incinerator into the equation, because the waste diversion objectives could be more ambitious, and it is a dynamic field, and it's changing all the time. That's all.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Mr. Saul? Seeing none, then that will close our public delegation portion of this meeting. We move now to discussion, further questions that councillors might have of our staff on this report specifically, and debate. I already have 5 councillors on the list, and I will do my best. I note that almost all of City Council is in the room. Given the capacity of this table, they may be sprinkled around. So I'll do my best to catch you. At the moment, we have in order Councillors Hubley, Tierney, Brockington, Egli, and Wilkinson. And Kadri, and that's timely that you raise your finger. Mr. Kadri, or Councillor, we're going to need to find a way to free up a microphone. Perhaps actually we can go to the public delegations one for those councillors who don't currently have, who are not currently seated at a microphone. Several of them will be coming available. And I'll catch others on the list. So if I could go to Councillor Hubley and add others as we go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions. First, I'd like to thank staff on this report on options, because that was something I had requested in the last term of council, and appreciate Mr. Weir's work on that. I would ask for assurance that staff have reviewed that report, because if you recall the dialogue around the time that we were, the direction was given to produce the report, it was that we wanted assurance that staff were looking at more things than Plasco. So has that been widely circulated and discussed?
Yes, it has, Chair, through you to the Council. Yes, that's a widely held, reviewed report within Environmental Services.
Thank you. One question I had with the report is it reports on incineration at Durham, the company doing it at Durham, as $150 a ton. And my understanding from the mayor of Durham, who spoke on CFRA last week, he said that it's more like $62, $65 a ton, in line with what we're currently paying because of the money that they get for the energy produced.
Chair, through you to the Councillor, I think the development of net costs is a very complicated matter, because you also have to look at things like capital investment and other funds that are directed. So I think care must always be taken when trying to understand some of these rates and the amount of things like gas tax dollars and things that may be directed towards things. So I think that's one of the things that we certainly learned in going through the RFI, is that the variability in dollars and costs and processing rates is a very complicated matter that bears careful scrutiny prior to going anywhere on it.
Why wouldn't we qualify that $150 figure then? Because given it to council as a way for us to look at what are our options going forward, and putting a $150 price tag beside it, when in fact the operator and the mayor of that city tells us something different, if you're not comfortable with their $62, $65 figure, we could have had some sort of a footnote to say why you're not comfortable, or leave out the $150. I just think it's very misleading with the $150 in there, is my point. So I would ask if there's an opportunity to revise that report, that anywhere where there is numbers, that you qualify that, if it's the actual number or is there actually discounting going on. Now, another question was, in this report of options of ways to process or divert waste, I didn't notice anything about the large cans. I think one of the brand names is Mulak or Moloch for them. I brought it up at planning a couple of years ago as a way to deal with waste in apartment buildings and restaurants, because the bulk of the storage is underground. Therefore, all the issues we have with green bins wouldn't exist in this, yet they could store their compost in that. Is there a reason why we wouldn't have seen that in there when we have local businesses already adopting this technology?
Chair, through you to the councillor, the analysis was on treatment processes per se, as opposed to collection opportunities. I know we did look at the Mullocks previously, and as a result of an inquiry, but we've sort of focused our attentions on tonnage, on processes that were capable of processing in the range of 109,000 tons per year, and that's not all of the peripheral activities like collection devices were considered in that analysis.
And speaking of the RFI, the request for information, why was 110 tons picked when Plasco was done at, the contract's done at 200 ton, and according to your charts, we're at 330 ton in residential alone, and I believe that's 30% of the waste produced in the city, so therefore we're closer to 900 to 1 million possible tons if an incinerator was used.
Chair, through you to the councillor, we used the figure that was taken from the agreement with Plasco at 109,000, so 109,500 tons per year was the same processing capacity that we had entered into an agreement with Plasco, and so we wanted to have something that was directly comparable. And I think, Care, in terms of sizing capacity and facilities, it's really important to understand the seasonal variation on the tonnage, and you know, I know when we were looking at sizing the Plasco facility, certainly the quarters of the year vary significantly in the total tonnage of residuals, and so we had sized the processing capacity to just meet the future requirements of the city so that we wouldn't be in a situation with having more capacity than needed.
So we're only looking at residential kept separate from ICI. We're not looking at one plant that could handle both.
Chair, through you to the councillor, that's the mandate that we've been given.
Almost done here, Mr. Chair. Do we know how much of a recycled product is of zero value? For example, all that we're diverting, if we were to look at the incineration option where we could convert waste that has no value into energy, do we know that amount? Like the stuff that goes on the barge to China that has no resale or reuse value to us, do we know that percentage of what we're recycling?
Chair, through you to the councillor, nothing is being disposed of in China. I think the residual waste is less than, sorry? Yeah. We're generating $8 million per year in the recovery, and in terms of waste disposal, that recyclable residuals that are going to landfill is, I'll have to get back to you and provide you with information.
Thank you. On the Plasco piece, we know there were spills and accidents on that site. So when will we hear from staff responsible for monitoring the site for the potential costs of that cleanup if the city is going to be left holding the bag?
Chair, through you to the councillor, there was a separate agreement recognizing the upsets that had occurred at that site. There was one of the ancillary agreements dealt with remediation, and as noted in the report, there was a remediation effort carried out that met the city's. We had our specialist in that area involved with that, and they oversaw the remediation that took place at that site and signed off on the remediation that had taken place at that time, and on that basis the remediation amounts were released. The securities that had been held in concern for that remediation and to ensure that that work was carried out were released earlier in 2014 once the site was deemed to be cleaned up. And
so the site is clean, certified clean now?
In the investigations that have been carried out, that's correct. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And like many of us, we wish this would have worked, even though the last round of extensions, I did vote against it because there was a lot of concern I think we had around the table. Today we've heard that there may be a cost to us. We've heard that we might not have enough money to clean up, and at the end of the day, we have something that amounts to a grade 8 science fair. That being said, my biggest concern in the entire deal is the fact I've seen our city logo paraded around to conference by Plasco, whether it's AMO, FCM, worldwide, and I'm concerned about the reputational risk. I think we've heard a little bit about it. Blind River is a good example. I just want to know that we have stopped or will be stopping them from using our logo go forward.
Chair, through you to the council, we will certainly ensure that Plasco is not using the city's logo as they go forward.
Great, thank you for that. It also sounds like we've learned a little bit in regards to the fact we're in a bit of a legal limbo land right now. I guess my question is, in December, when this, in my mind, I thought we were out of the forest. I thought it was done. I didn't think we were going forward with Plasco, but lo and behold, we had to take an off-ramp to be able to actually say that we're officially done with them. Between then and now, they've declared bankruptcy, essentially. If we would have made the decision earlier to say, yes, we're finished, we're washing our hands with Plasco, would have expedited the process.
I don't think so, Mr. Chair, in fairness to the councillor. With regards to the process, it is a legal process. There is a requirement, a trigger of what we thought was default occurred, and we come back to council to terminate that particular agreement. So
if we would have brought it to the first council of the year and asked to vote to say to take this off-ramp that we knew we had to take prior to them declaring bankruptcy, it would have been the same speed of process to finalize this with Plasco.
I'm not certain where it would have landed specifically with Plasco, but part of the interim order suspends all proceedings against Plasco. So if we were trying to do something, we may still, in effect, be back where we are today.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, 10 years is a very long time for any type of relationship. The honeymoon is well over, and now the divorce lawyers are out. I'd like to know what the city has learned from this process. When I've met with senior staff on a number of initiatives, particularly in River Ward, my questions to staff have been, what have we learned so that these types of things won't happen again? And I'd like to know, has there been or will there be any type of self-reflection within city staff to ensure that we can learn from this process, to ensure that when we go down the road again, we're not potentially going to make, or that the outcomes will not be the same as what we've just experienced? Because obviously, as part of the recommendation, we want to embrace this type of technology going forward, but I want to ensure that we don't end up in the same place. So has there been or will there be any type of post-mortem on this initiative?
Chair, perhaps I'll take that question, Councillor, if I could. There will be a post-mortem because it's important that, clearly the vision that the city undertook 10 years ago has not come to pass, and we always look to see if we can learn from our experiences, so we will do that. Although I think I understand how there can be various perspectives on this, and a lot of them are being expressed today, but if what you're asking is, why did we take that risk when it hasn't worked out? I think another perspective that should be shared on it, one I hold, is that the risk, in fact, was worth taking. We perhaps extended the process a year or 2 years longer than maybe we should have. But initially, the promise of Plasco, the vision of Plasco, It's, while people today say it was never going to be able to achieve, there were many independent engineering reports and assessments, not just done by people that POSCO was paying, that said it was it was a vision that had a probability of being materialized. A lot of equity was spent and a lot of loans were made on the basis of some of those opinions. I think in the end, in terms of, and I agree with some of the recommendations that you've heard from members of the public, and I can tell there's support here, that before we get into a full-blown procurement strategy, we should look at revisiting our entire waste management strategy to see if diversion and maybe even reduction or other things we can do there. But in the end, I think one of the perspectives on whether that was a risk worth taking will be when we see just exactly what is available to take the place of POSCO. Because my own view is, and looking at the results that we've had there isn't a lot out there that has been commercially successful in terms of the environmental and, most importantly, the economic part of what the POSCO vision was. And so when we come back, I think there'll be some more context for us to look retrospectively on whether or not that was a risk that was worth taking at the time.
Thank you for that. And I just want to clarify, I'm not disappointed with staff at all. My point is, I believe that particularly for an initiative that's been 10 years long, there's probably some value for that type of postmortem, simply to apply that moving forward. So that's what I would like to stress. With respect to the procurement strategy, the number 5 recommendation that we have before us, could staff just clarify for me what would a procurement strategy for the management of residual residential waste contain? When that is prepared and presented to us, what can I expect it to contain, just so I have a better understanding?
Chair, through you to the Council, thank you very much for that question, because I think it's important to understand where we are and what we're doing now in terms of understanding how we will get to that report. And I think it's important to understand that currently staff are in the process of completing a source-separated organics program review. So we're looking currently, this is a commitment we made last July to Council, and we're in the process of working our way through that, looking at various alternatives and technologies and sources, and all to come forward with a report to committee. We've committed to doing that in 2015, and I think that will address, in terms of the hierarchy, some of those second and third level order efforts and initiatives that need to be undertaken. I think the important input into that is the fact that we are currently doing residential waste audits, seasonal waste audits on both the curbside and the multi-residential program. We're doing those over 4 seasons so that we get a good picture of where the wastes are and what the source of all the variety of wastes, because that can be that will be an important feed not only into the source-separated organics program review, because it will identify that material, organic material, which is going the wrong way. It will also offer us an opportunity to pick up the dog waste issue, and then we can sort of move forward with having completed that overall program review. That then leads us to what do we do with the penultimate waste, which is the residual management element. And so in terms of how I see this coming forward, or what I anticipate, staff will complete the source-separated organics review, which will then define for us what the waste that at this point no longer has a home, if you will, or a process. So dealing with that residual waste management is a key component of coming forward with that procurement strategy. So we need to understand what will that residual management strategy be, and then come forward with a recommendation in terms of how we would deal with that, the net outcome of all of the wastes, and then come forward with a program of addressing that final residual waste in a manner that respects all of our goals and objectives. So I think perhaps we haven't done a particularly good job of explaining what that procurement strategy would be, but I think part of that procurement strategy would be dealing with residual waste, understanding what the options are and where that can go, and then understanding that is a key component of a procurement strategy so that we can then move forward if indeed the solution ends up being either one of the technologies that have been identified through this RFI or through the technology review.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The disadvantage I have when I look at your list of technologies that are available on pages 10 and 11 is I have no idea what's best for this city, but I'm looking to staff to come with a comprehensive report. And do I make the assumption that the procurement strategy will have that significant detail where you've looked at the various technologies, compare them against each other, you'll ultimately come to us with a recommendation that will be contained in that strategy?
Chair, through you to the Councillor, short answer is yes, and that will be in two phases. One is through a source-separated organics program review, which will come with that comprehensive analysis of what are the various alternatives, initiatives, programs that need to come forward. That will come forward to Committee and Council first, and then having gotten Committee and Council's blessing on that approach, we can then tackle what do we do with what remains at the end of that, because that source-separated organics program review is a key component in determining what's left to manage.
Thank you. And finally, my last question is with respect to the comprehensive waste management plan. A number of speakers have alluded to that their concerns are that the city perhaps does not have a comprehensive plan, and I believe I heard Mr. Kirkpatrick talking about before getting into a detailed procurement strategy that we should perhaps finalize a comprehensive waste management plan. Would staff be able to comment on, first of all, does the city have a comprehensive waste management plan? And if so, how do we reconcile that against the concerns that have been raised today?
Yeah. So the previous waste plan had been identified in 3 phases. The City Council has approved the first phase, which I referenced earlier today and is in the report, in terms of overall policy programs, objectives, targets, and I think it does lay out very clearly what the objectives are in terms of recycling, and all of those are rather clearly enunciated in terms of what the policy directions would be. And I think what we're doing now is working our way through that detailed analysis of first the source-separated organics program review to determine how best to manage that, and then sequentially move on to the residual as part of that procurement strategy I spoke to. I think following that process allows staff to move forward in a program review that is comprehensive and has the opportunity. We will be back before Committee and Council, so we will come back to you with those reports and with those analysis to allow your full review, and I think that step-by-step approach is a very reasonable means of accomplishing an overall waste management plan. Each of these in their own right will be chapters of an overall waste management plan. So I think, if I can leave you with a short message, it is we are in fact completing that as we go through these various reviews and details, and working on the targets and visions and stuff that have already been approved.
Thank you very much. If I might pause for 1 second, I did indicate from the outcome we have a very full agenda. We have a full room, a number of people who are here for different items. Looking at the clock and the continuing speakers list, at the moment I have 7 more councillors who are on the list to speak. I would like to at that point, once we've wrapped up this item, I would like to take the lunch break for 30 minutes because we still have quite a substantial item, the budget, as well as a couple of other ones as well. And I have a special request from the Ottawa Raging Grannies who wanted to make a presentation that I try to slip them in before the lunch break, owing to their needs and commitments as well. So with the will of committee, I would try and do that, even if it might not fit quite perfectly in with the agenda. It will be a singing presentation. So if we were to carry on then, Councillor Egli.
Thank you, Chair. Question I'm going to ask is we've heard a lot from public delegations, and the report deals with, in part, about options involving incineration. And I don't think I'm alone as a council member, and that's the most common question we get from the public: why don't you just burn it all? And I'm sure with the media sitting here and covering this story, we're going to get those questions again overnight and tomorrow and in the weeks to come. I'm wondering if you can speak to the difference in process or regulation if you're trying to implement an incineration model versus different type of technology, and the role that the province has to play in that, so that everybody's on the same page, the public has the same message. You allude to it in the report a little bit, where it says it doesn't make allowance for the term uses provincial regulatory approvals, but my understanding is as soon as you bring the incineration piece in, like in Durham, it becomes a whole lot more complicated and a whole lot more time intensive in terms of getting a project up and running. So maybe, Mr. Weir, if you could speak to that, so we're all on the same page and we give the same message to our constituents.
Chair, through you to Councillor, yes, any of these thermal processes will require one to proceed through an environmental assessment, and that's a comprehensive analysis of all the particular impacts that one could have. Whenever we get into a situation of, or when we've seen situations where municipalities have moved forward with thermal processing plants, the environmental assessment and the detailing of those and satisfying that those potential impacts have been properly addressed in a manner that is protective of public health and the environment take a tremendous amount of time and effort. I think if we look at the Durham example as perhaps a very good example, that project was some 10 years in moving to its point now where it's now starting to receive waste for incineration. So, I think that I would expect a similar process and a similar attention to detail would be necessary in order to try to develop and implement a solution that would satisfy the city's waste requirements. So it's a long process with a lot of input from various interested parties, residents, regulators, and council. So that's, I think that's the duration that I would speak to, and it is a very intensely scrutinized type of process with lots of input. In terms of, at the end of the day, I think it's also important that the cost of these incinerators, as the technology review points out, is quite expensive. And, I think it behooves us to make sure that before getting to that end result, that we take the steps to go through the various source-separated organics program review and the residual waste management to make sure that just simply from a cost-effective point of view, that we end up at the end with the least amount of capacity requirements for any facility or treatment process that we end up, from an economic point of view, making sure that we're providing good recommendations to the committee and council that are cost-effective and protective of the environment. So this is a process that I think is best done at perhaps not a conservative pace that is fully fully assesses all of the implications as you go through, and I don't think that it is one that should be accelerated more quickly than needs be. I think we've done, and the residents have done, as to the point of I think it was Ms. Grew who may have spoken, the residents have done a tremendous job in terms of increasing our diversion, and in fact have allowed us to extend the life of that landfill now out to 2043. And I think that's a very significant effort on their part, and one that we need to continue to emphasize. And then we can go, when we sort of maximize those opportunities in a cost-effective and environmentally conscious way, we can then move on to the next step. So I think the short answer is that heading into any higher treatment process should only be done once you've considered the various alternatives, are making sure that you're managing your waste in a cost-effective and environmentally conscious manner before getting to that end result.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just want to clarify, I'm not necessarily saying we should go the incineration route. What I was more getting at was the province's role, and maybe as a follow-up question, you referenced a 10-year period in the Durham process. Over the last 10 years, how many incineration plants has the province of Ontario approved?
One. The Region Durham facility is the only one that I'm aware of that has been permitted in the last 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may, just as a follow-on to Councillor Eglad's question, because I don't see him, but Councillor Shirley had asked earlier about this question, and Graham Saul spoke to it as well. So my understanding is that what Mr. Saul said in terms of the EU and the EPA classifying plasma as two-stage incineration, my understanding is that's correct, and I can tell you that Plasco was still having an ongoing discussion with the Ministry of the Environment here in Ontario, because the MOE was intent on applying the emission standards for incinerators to the Plasco GenBach generators and the emissions that were coming from them, and that was a policy issue that still had not been resolved. So I would expect that in Ontario moving forward, any plasma technology, it's likely that the province would look to apply the incineration regulations.
Oh, there we go. Well, since I've already proposed something unusual, I'm going to propose something highly unusual. With the will of the committee, if we could allow the Raging Grannies to make their intervention delegation at this moment, and then carry on from there. It's very brief. All right. Okay. Councillor Wilkinson, you have to make a meeting, do you? Yes, perhaps I'll alter that slightly. Councillor Wilkinson, if you could ask your questions, then we'll go. If you need to set up, then please prepare for that. Yeah.
I'll try not to be too raging today. I'll try to be brief. Just a few questions. I've always been very interested in this. I'm sorry to see the layoffs in our community because they have their head office in my ward, and it is taking a risk on new technology is something. I looked at the list that we have there, and a lot of them say they're developing technologies and things. So one of the questions I do have is that since we now have until 2043, which is almost 30 years, we have time to take some pretty strong looks at what we're going to do and not go quickly into a new technology. So what I would like to ask is, why do we not start off by saying we want to do 100% diversion for municipal waste and work, because some of the things that were put in place were on more diversions than doing that, and postpone the residual one for a few years' time while we work in that direction, because we may not have a lot of residual. There's a lot of new technologies that are actually reducing how much waste is produced, and I think for the municipal portion, the commercial is a different matter, but have staff looked at that and looked at, because I notice in the chart you put, the amount of residual seems to be staying constant over the next few years and not really being reduced.
Chair, through the policy statement, we do have very aggressive targets that Council has approved in terms of reduction in recycling, and we'll be continuing to pursue those to achieve those targets over time.
I'm looking at a new target of 100%. It's being done in some municipalities. They are working towards that, at least in some municipalities. And why don't we, at least, we've got some time, work towards that?
Chair, through you to the Council, we are working through that, through the targets that have been established by Council. They are very aggressive targets in terms of reducing and reusing that which we can. We will continue to track towards those targets and see the success that we're having and move on from there. That would be my suggestion.
And for part of that, I hope you'll actually take giveaway day and actually put in the 2015 dates. They're not even in there yet. And that's a way of a reuse, which is by far the very best type of thing. And we haven't really done much with that, unfortunately. The other question I had for Mr. Kirkpatrick, possibly, you mentioned during your speaking that the foundations could be left. which made me trigger, is there some of the stuff on that site, including buildings which are not in the waste part, but separate buildings, that the city could use, and if we don't have enough money to completely go back to bare ground, is there some residual that we may be able to have at that site?
Chair, through you, that's possible. It's an alternative that I expect will be presented to us for consideration when we meet with the KPMG director, who is, as I think I mentioned, first meeting is tomorrow.
So once you get that more information, you will let us know about that. Thank you. The other thing about the agreement that I wondered about was that if we're not out of the agreement because of the court actions, do we have any liability because of the lease that we have with Plasco, which is obviously not yet canceled, or the agreements we have? Does that give us some liability for any of their operations or anything else if we're not allowed to step out of that agreement now?
No, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so. Okay, good. The other elephant in the room always is the commercial waste, and as part of, I know it's not our responsibility, it's the provinces, but they're not doing it, and we have new waste management, new landfills, which if we need a little bit of residual, we probably could use some of those instead of our own. But is there any actions, further actions? I know we've asked the province again and again, but with things that are happening now in waste around the world, is it time to take another poke at that and see if we can get them to at least come up to at least the residual that we're doing with the municipal, which is 60%, which they say is their target too, but when Waste Management told us they were doing 13%, there's a long way to go.
Yes, I think continued action on the part of councillors through AMO or things like that would be a welcome participation in trying to encourage
I want more than participation, I want some solid action.
Well, certainly the voice through AMO.
Raging Granny. Yeah. I think that's one of the, recycling in Ottawa actually started in Canada back in 1970. It was during the war, but they've been lost for a long time, and we were making really good progress. And I see since it's sort of staggering slowly ahead, moving ahead now, but we almost have stagnated again for a while, it seems now, with the organics. And I know the report will help us with that, but I think we need to take another gigantic step forward, and that's what I would really encourage in your report to us. And the procurement, that you look at it as two stages: one, procurement more recycling; second, the long-term one, which we don't have to do right away because we have some time, and there's so many new things in that list that say underdevelopment. Do you want to take an archaic position that we would be the last one to use that technology, or do you want to be one that uses something a little bit more advanced, but give it some time to get established before we move in that direction?
I think those are the issues that we'll bring forward as part of any procurement strategy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. If we could move then to the Ottawa Raging Grannies. I've been assured that there is both a budget and a waste management point to their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to introduce it quickly, we are dealing with an issue of personal waste management, but everything personal has some kind of a policy aspect, and in this case we want to reduce the problem that the city might face by advocating for planning to put toilets in the LRT before we have a problem there. Thank you.
Okay.
Gotta go. No use telling me to wait when I know that soon you'll be too late. Gotta find the nearest possible depot. Can't just tell my personal river not to flow. Gotta go. Whether pee or dreaded poo, where to go when the world is watching you. Just the tourists who'll find a better way. Though Ottawa's the capital, we live here every day. If you build it, we will come, and there's the wall. Gotta go. Need to pee. we take the LRT, it's the key. In the park and ride you see, our city will step up and lead the line. When we see the handy toilet on the sign, it's not smart to put the horse before the cart. Have a heart, so we know before we start building great attractions and a transportation line. Without the comfort stations that most civil states define, it's an emergency, you see. Gotta be.
Thank you very much. We have 6 councillors still to speak on this or to ask questions on this item. I'm going to make a judgment call as we approach 12:30 whether we can finish that up or take our break at that point and continue up with the rest of the agenda then. So, Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to pass along comments to staff for doing a great job on this file, not only today, but over the last 8 years that I've been here in council. The first issue that was brought, obviously, was the IC&I waste management, and now here we are with dealing with Plasco and possibly in the future dealing with Orgo World. Going back to the waste management plan that the city has, which is, I think it's a 30-year plan, I know there were other technologies considered, but was Plasco one of those technologies that were considered in that plan?
Chair, through you to the councillor, at the time that the city was proceeding through the waste plan most recently, Plasco was considered to be a part of the city's waste management processing.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dixon. So now coming back to, I know Plasco did not really perform well in terms of processing city waste, but whatever tonnage they did produce, is that going to have an impact on our stream or on our shelf life of our trail load facility?
No, the dates and expected life are based on outside of Plasco processing tonnage.
Thank you. In terms of the technologies that are listed on the sheet and the recommendation or the recommended technology, there's 4 you identified. Are those technologies being practiced at all anywhere in Canada in terms of the other provinces?
Chair, if I can, first just to clarify that those are not recommended processes. Those are just simply processes that we had identified and would meet the 50% reduction. In terms of, are some of those treatment technologies in place? Yes, some of them are at various locations in Ontario. In Canada.
In Canada, thank you. In terms of the requirements, and I think Councillor Aguilar was asked that question from the provincial aspect, any of those technologies, like the 4, have or do know about those regulations in Ontario? Obviously they do, but I'm saying, can they fit within that envelope, in your opinion?
Chair, through you to the councillor, yes, I believe all of those technologies can be made to fit within the regulatory environment here in Canada. It's a degree of how much and how expensive it becomes to meet it.
In terms of the waste management plan, the expenses were recorded in terms of the 3 phases that were identified. Are those expenses going to be manageable in going forward, or do you think that, as somebody suggested earlier, that we need to revise our waste management plan?
Chair, through you to the councillor, we're proceeding with the source separated organics program review under available authorities, and would expect similarly so on the residual assessment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. On page 13 of the report, one of the technologies you mentioned, or that is mentioned in the report, it suggests that on-site process to municipal water and wastewater services due to significant process water that is needed. Any idea what kind of level are we talking about in those water requirements?
No, they would be varying by the nature of each of the technologies, so it's not able to sort of quantify them at this point based on the RFI.
But we do know from historical aspects that any of the incineration technologies or plasmatification technology does require a good water source.
That's correct.
And to treat that water coming out of that process obviously puts pressure on our services, i.e. treatment of water at our wastewater facility.
Only if it's being discharged to our site. Many of these facilities may have their own on-site internal waste treatment facilities. So that would be a matter of discussion and negotiation.
Thank you again, Mr. Dixon. And my final question is based on other provincial jurisdictions that are currently have very good plans in terms of waste diversion as well as waste handling. One of them would be obviously Halifax. The other one would be Prince Edward Island. Have we gone and investigated those operations to see what are they doing differently than what we should be going towards?
We haven't made site visits. We are generally aware of what Nova Scotia and Halifax are doing, but beyond that, we haven't been on site, no.
Would that be a benefit to the staff in terms of visiting those sites just to investigate? I know you can learn a lot through Google, but sometimes visiting a site is very critical. Answering or asking questions, would that be beneficial to staff to go out there?
Yes, very much so.
Thank you. And sorry, I said that was my final question, Mr. Chair, but I do have one question going forward. In terms of the technology, and I think again Councillor Aglai asked this question about other technologies in the world. In Europe, people say that they burn everything. Is that a fact statement, Mr. Dixon, in all your knowledge about waste management? Do they actually burn the entire waste stream in places like European countries?
No, that's not the case. They have a program similar to our own in terms of diverting where possible and a full spectrum of diversion, reuse, and then finally treatment.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next on our list is Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. And my main concern here this morning has been the point that was raised both by Mr. Saul and Mr. Burry, which is to ensure that we're not rushing to replace a Plasco technology with a Plasco-like technology, that we're looking at it in the context of a much broader waste management plan. I've heard a lot of things that provide me with some significant comfort this morning with respect to some of the waste audits that you're doing, the review of the organics program. I just wanted to ask and confirm that staff are going to undertake, before presenting a procurement strategy as recommended, an updated waste management plan to ensure that the plan incorporates updated waste composition data and to ensuring that approaches to addressing all streams are included, including a review of municipal best practices. And I can read that more slowly if you'd like.
Certainly each of those steps that I've spoken to, the source-separated organics program review and the development of that procurement strategy, will have as key elements a review of technologies in place elsewhere, and that will be the basis, and we'll come back to committee with that discussion for your consideration prior to moving forward.
And taking a look at it in that broader scheme of what are we doing with all of the streams, including, for example, improvements that we might be able to make to avoidance.
Agreed. Yes, I will.
Would you be willing to take that as a direction to staff?
Yes. I would be willing to take that as...
That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
All right. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you. Just picking up on that, to start, I just want to, make sure that we, give credit where it's due. The last term of council, certainly, we saw a significant increase in our diversion rates, and it was through a lot of hard work, difficult work by our former committee and staff to, look at biweekly garbage and introducing the green bin. But it seems to me that until we complete a residential management plan, I'm not sure why we want to go out and look at residual waste technology. I agree with Councillor Wilkinson. There's so much more that we can be doing, and it seems to me there's a perverse relationship between the two, because any type of waste technology, you need to feed it. You need to feed it with garbage. So I wonder why we wouldn't take the next few years, we've just taken 10, why we wouldn't just take the next few years to do some serious work around diversion. With the province, I realize we don't do it all on our own, but, the province now is looking at their extended producer responsibility. We've got a lot more work to do in multi-residential diversion for source-separated organics. So I wonder, I don't know that this is the time to be going out and necessarily, I agree with what Graham Saul said and to a large extent what Mr. Kirkpatrick said, that, we need to separate the two. We really need to make sure that we are diverting as much residual waste and before we start burning it, because it is in the end the cheaper option. It's happened in the States where after about 2004, 2005, their diversion, their recycling rates bottomed out, flattened out, because it was just cheaper not to divert. And municipalities saw that, and residents saw that. So what is the real value added in doing a procurement strategy today, and not looking at revisiting our waste plan to make sure that we are diverting everything that we can? Close to 100%.
Chair, through you to the councillor, what we're promoting is advocating for is looking after the source-separated organics and then looking after that residual waste management as part of that procurement strategy piece. So that is the process that we're following, and it's not necessarily intended to jump to a different solution. It's intended to go through this in a considered comprehensive approach and moving forward.
So as we move through this process, the procurement process, will we be getting updates, and will we be able to determine as committee and council that we're moving quickly enough towards absolute diversion, or as high a diversion rate as we can, before we even look at a procurement strategy, or before we look at a procurement agreement?
Yes, we will be reporting back and bringing various reports through you before we get on to the actual initiative of a procurement piece, if you will.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kakash, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is related to what Councillor McKinney was talking about, and in terms of diversion rates. And we still see reports that in condos and apartment buildings, we don't see that diversion rate where we want it to be. So what is the city doing, or what can we be doing better to bring those diversion rates up in condos and apartment buildings?
Chair, through you to the councillor, I think the most important piece is to continue to promote and educate residents and participants on the availability of those services, and try to understand if there are opportunities to make that even easier. I think we've heard a couple of people speak to that issue. So I think it's continuing to promote, educate, and learn ourselves, and try to find advantages and opportunities to improve that service, with the goal of increasing overall participation and diversion.
And are we still at 15%? Is that roughly what?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
So what has, Green Bin's been out there for a few years now. What has been the challenge? Has it been landlords, tenants? What is the challenge? What is the biggest challenge over the past few years?
There are a variety of issues. One is certainly space in rooms, participation, knowledge, information. With the high-density multi-residential facility, there are a number of disadvantages, if you will, to participation, both not only in the organics program, but also in the overall diversion. And these are problems that not only are we facing, but those are true across the province and across North America. And I think that's part of what the source-separated organics program review will come forward with us, is looking at, are there different things we can do to facilitate and make it easier for those people in high density to participate in an overall diversion program.
I think that is an important aspect that we should be looking at and continue to work on, because what is the ratio of, in terms of the waste from condos and apartments?
I would suggest that it's 80% residential curbside and 20% just on a rough guess.
My other question is on the timelines. I think in your presentation you said you'd come back, or we'd have a final vote in sometime in June of next year. And obviously we don't want to rush into any type of contract moving forward, and at the same time we don't want to waste more time either. So can you walk me through in the next year why we need that much time in terms of reporting back, in terms of the technologies that are out there now and some of the options we can put on the table?
Chair, through you to the councillor, I think, first and foremost, we need to conclude the source-separated organics program review, because that will provide us with tonnages that is perhaps unachievable or achievable, and it'll also point to technologies that might be part of a solution at that as part of an SSO review. So I think that's a key step to get concluded, and our commitment at this point is to be back before you in 2015 with that review. Following that, I think the next step of the process is to move on, as we've identified here, is a procurement strategy, and part of that procurement strategy needs to be the identification of all the residuals and how best to deal with them. And as we've spoken about before, that will give us an opportunity to put in front of council what are the options, including various technologies or timing of those proceeding down that path. So that will be in front of committee and council before we go forward.
Okay, so would there be an ability to bring forward what's out there and what's working best in terms of technologies from a legislative perspective prior to the other things that are going to be coming forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. Obviously been pretty close to this file for the last few years, seeing as Plasko and Truro are both happily located within Rideau Goulburn. But just quickly, we've heard a few things tonight, tonight, I feel like I've been here all day, on certainly Durham and the difference in the tipping fee, which is probably the most important feature, and what they might get back on their return. So, of course, the mayor had said $65. The proprietor actually said $65. But as we know, the proprietors and politicians are generally paint a very rosy picture of items. So as of right now, the facility in Durham isn't even running. So it's really hard to know exactly what they get in return. But we have time. So over the course of the next year, can I assume that we will keep a close eye on what's going on in Durham so that we can actually determine what they're getting back on their return, so what their net tipping fee really is?
Yes.
All right, because I think that's important. I mean, the one thing that we do have is time. We do hear that, I've heard today and other times, that we wasted 10 years. It takes 10 years to find these solutions. The benefit for us is that we have that time. We still have actually 30 years, and Durham had 0 years when they started their process. They were actually 3 or 4 years behind. They had already been trucking their waste out of province for 3 years before they even started looking at Covanta. You look at Toronto, it spent 10 years to look for a solution. They ended up buying a landfill. That's not what we want to do. I don't think anyone here wants to site a new landfill. I know we just finished a landfill fight, which we lost in Carp, and we have another one going on in Carlsbad Springs. So we don't want to go down that road. We have 37 groups that came forward. I know that through an RFI, it's generally a few people kicking tires, but when you get into an actual RFO, you'll see more people come forward, you'll see more technologies, because it becomes more of a realistic thing. And we can shore up those numbers and figure out exactly what we need for our future over the next year or two. I don't want to rush this. I don't think we need to rush this. We need to find out what's the best solution for our city. And the reality is, Plasko, you know, regardless of what you can say now, in hindsight, it's 2020, it was the best deal that we ever could have had. And it's probably too good to be true. Well, certainly we know today that it is too good to be true. But whatever we do in the next 10 years, it will not give us a better deal than what Plasko was. $0 capital fees and $83 in tipping fees. That's nearly half of what the tipping fees are in Durham, and the capital costs are $300 million cheaper. Any other process will cost around $250 to $300 million. So we have to be prepared that we're going to pay for something. And our garbage rate, which has been $82 the last 3 years, will have to go up if we want to find a solution. There's no question that more diversion is good as well. We've gone from 32% to 52% diversion in the last 5 or 6 years, which is incredible. It's helped our landfill undoubtedly, but we still need to look at both. We need to look at increasing diversion. We need to look at finding a solution for our waste. We don't want to get to a situation where Durham was in, where our landfill's full. And I realize that's a long way down the road, but this is the right step. Moving away from Plasko is obviously inevitable. We have to do it, but to sit here and say that we wasted our time with Plasko, I think is a mistake. I think if we hadn't taken the chance, if we had killed them before they killed themselves, I think that would have been a mistake, because we needed to know that they were going to fail on their own. We couldn't fail. I don't think we can make them fail. If it worked, we would have all been better for it, and we would have all been there at the ribbon cutting when they opened up, and we would have said, I told you it was going to be the best thing ever. I mean, that's kind of what we do as politicians. But we need to find what's best for us now and in the future, and I look forward to the next couple of years. We obviously support this report, support the recommendations in it, and look forward to working in this committee in the next 2, 3, 4 years. I mean, I imagine none of us will actually even be here when we finally figure out what we're doing and what's going to open up in maybe 10 years from now. But okay, Riley's going to be here, so he's already predetermined the 2018 and 2022 election outcomes. But I look forward to it, and getting on with it and moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Moffat. Unless I see others who want to speak to the item, I might just sum up briefly. Yes, this has been a long and interesting journey, and it certainly isn't over. The Plasko side of it may be almost over, but even that still has likely a few bumps in the road that are still to be determined. But the journey towards ultimately zero waste, or as close to it as we can get, is a long one. I'm glad that so many delegations and questions from Councillor continue to raise the fact that diversion is the cheapest as well as the most ecologically sound route to be going, that when we're looking at technological solutions, they have to be not putting the cart before the horse, but rather dealing with the problem when we are sure what we've made that problem smaller and are sure what the problem is. We've heard very strong reinforcement for that idea of the waste hierarchy, which is one of those nice things like the transportation hierarchy, active transportation, then public transit, then roads, that we put in our policy documents, but we have to regularly remind ourselves when we're operationalizing them that we have that hierarchy, and there's a reason why those were adopted as policy. You can't just burn it. That point needs to be made and reinforced over and over again. I remember my own trip to a Swedish waste-to-energy plant now about 6 years ago, and the fellow giving me the tour made a point of saying that people think that when you've got an incinerator that you just put everything into it, but in fact those countries that have state-of-the-art incineration, waste-to-energy, whatever label they want to put on it, the leaders always have leading diversion as well. So they're excellent in composting, in recycling, in triage of all the elements, and only incinerating what's left. So we've got lots of opportunities to improve our diversion. I thank you for some of the questions and specific recommendations, a direction to staff that were made. And clearly we have to work with the province on this. We've got big overlapping mandates as the province is embarking on its extended producer responsibility exploration. The less stuff that comes to us as purchasers or as municipality in the end that has to be dealt with through better policy at a higher level, the better it will be for all all of us. And then obstacles to residents. It does none of us any good to say, tut, tut, you're not using your green bin, or what, your condominium doesn't have recycling. We need to really understand what the practical obstacles are to people. I do want to clarify that 15% number. It isn't that only 15% of people who live in condos and apartments will participate. It's that only 15% of condominiums and apartments are currently have a program in place. Can you clarify that, please?
Chair, if I can, it's tonnage. The diversion rate is based on tonnage.
It's tonnage. Okay, thank you. That's good to know. But obviously we know that the vast majority of the condo and apartment buildings do not even have a system in place for this, so there's work to be done there. Turned off my own microphone. On this item as amended and with the direction to staff? Carried? Thank you. It is 12:30 or just after. We've made a commitment, at least I and several staff members, to do make ourselves available to the media now. If we could aim for 1:10 we still have the very important budget item and two others to deal with. Thank you.